go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. Woke up.
I ain't feeling your side. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. Hey. How y'all doing out there? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Get organized. ¿Cómo estás? Podemos ayudarnos más. Sí se puede. How y'all feeling? Y'all feel good? The name of this show today is Take the Mask Off. We've been gone for a while, so I'm a little all over the place. So forgive me. You had to come back. I really wanted to take a longer break, but the channel was dying. So here we are. Full show coming for you. I got so much stuff, I don't know where to start. Anyways, the name of the show is Take the Mask Off. All right, take the mask off. So it's like the idea of, it's kind of related to when I talked about code switching the other day, you know, pretending, you know, being afraid to be who you are, you know, looking for the reassurance of others, you know, looking to be accepted in the crowd, you know, accepted by others, you know, afraid to make your own way in life, you know, afraid to follow your dreams, you know, afraid to try to do what you want to do, you know, in life, you know. I think that a lot of us are suffering in our modern society in lots and lots of ways. But one of them is being authentic or inauthentic, you know. We it's like we can't be authentic. We're not allowed to be authentic. And you get shunned, outcasted, and, you know, ridiculed for being your authentic self. Everyone expects you to put on the face, to put on the mask, to pretend. It's like you're never supposed to be unhappy. It's like I listen to all kinds of music, and pretty much that's what I've been doing while I've been taking the break. I've been unplugging. I plugged back in at the beginning of this week so I can be ready for the show. But the few weeks that I was out, I pretty much didn't watch any news. I was watching that show on HBO, The Last of Us. I'm gonna come back to that because I want to make some comments related to that show. But mostly, I've just been listening to music, you know, and I listen to all kinds of stuff. You'd be very surprised. My playlist is public, by the way. King Chuck ENT. You can find it on Spotify. I listen to all kinds of stuff, and now I always have my earphones on, so I'm just like I'm not playing music for anybody else. I used to put the system in my car. Every car I would get put a system in it, make sure it's banging and sounding really good. I used to do that. I don't do that anymore because I don't even listen to music in my car like that. I have my earphones on, and I don't try to entertain other people nearly as much as I used to. So, but I remember when I used to play music all the time for others, and like I said, I listened to everything. And whenever it was like a sad song or something that would come on, it'd be like, "Why are you listening to that?" Like that's what people would say. They would be like, "Why are you doing that? Are you sad?" And it's like, it's not that I'm sad. But as humans, we experience a range of emotions. It's kind of like the idea of balance. And going back to being authentic and wearing a mask. It's like you listen to party music all the time. Do you really party all the time? Are you always in the party mood all the time? Like, you ever listen to some like more somber music? Do you ever feel more somber? Maybe sometimes you do feel sad. And just because I'm listening to a sad song doesn't mean that I'm sad. You know what I'm saying? And I can appreciate the feelings that that person is having or that artist is having with the music that they're making. You know what I'm saying? Even when I'm in a great mood, you know, I can feel it, I can hear it, and it takes me on my range of emotions. I think that it keeps me more balanced. It really does. That's the way I feel about it, anyways. Sometimes I really love to listen to sad music. I love it sometimes. And sometimes I like to listen to party music all the way. And sometimes I like to listen to Immortal Technique, and he's talking all politics and stuff, or somebody else, whoever, like all the full range, gangster music, trap music, classical music, all of it. I listen to all of it, pop music, the whole range. I love good music, and good music doesn't have a genre, okay? So, anyways, I'm talking about authenticity, you know, and people feeling some kind of way when I play sad songs. And it seems like those same people who always have a problem with that are the people that are really very sad on the inside. And I think that that's the reason why they don't want to hear those songs, is because it's way too real, it's way too true, it's way too close to home for them. The person that likes to listen to party music all the time is the same person who's really very sad inside, and they're masking it with this party music. They're masking it with this attitude of I'm happy, let's have fun. Uh, it's 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 not authentic, okay? you know and it's like the internet, especially now, like everything is so fake, right? The whole internet is fake. All of these videos that go viral, all of this stuff that y'all are scrolling down, the ones, they're all fake, okay? 99% of them are fake, staged, and bad acting, you know and we watch them and we scroll and we're like, oh, that's messed up, or whatever emotion that the video is trying to induce in you. You completely manipulated by it. And like I say, I mean, like the fake boobs, the fake butts, the the plastic surgery, it's we champion that stuff. We want to be perfect, right? And then like I always say, God made you perfect already. When you was born, you was perfect. You came out of the womb and you survived and you grew. That means you're perfect. Perfectly suited for this world, okay? And perfectly made for this world, okay? And we need to embrace that. We need to embrace our authenticity, where the things that we call imperfections or the things that we're ashamed of, that we need to embrace those things, because those are who make us who we are. Those are what gives us our individuality. Okay? That is what it is. So that's what I'm saying when I say take the mask off. You know, I guess sometimes you have to wear the mask, or sometimes you want to wear the mask. That's perfectly fine. You want to have fun. Carnival, Mardi Gras, that's what's been going on recently. The celebration of the return of the sun, you know, going into the actual real new year. You know, uh, this is where we're going into. You know, it's reason to celebrate. It's the celebration of life. It's rebirth. You know, it's the time for the birds and the bees. The sprouting of the plants. You know, planting season. Perfect weather. As humans, we love to be outside in the sun. Like I say all the time, I think that we're a lot like plants. We're a lot like plants. So when the sun comes back, it automatically puts us in a good mood. It's like if you grow plants, I used to grow a lot, and they move, they're not stationary, they move. And if you really pay attention, they perk up. Not only do they perk up, but as the sun goes throughout the day, they move along with it and kind of like face it, you know? That's why I really like the prayers, the ones that different religions do in the morning time when the sun is going up. I think those are some of the greatest, nicest, most proper prayers. It's not necessarily sun worship, okay? Although, if you were going to worship something, something that's real, something that brings life to the world, I think that's something worthy of worship, you know? Okay? Now, I'm not knocking any religion or saying be a pagan, if you will, but the other title that I was thinking about going with for tonight was blasphemy. And it's like, I ain't going to go too far into it because I really want to do it again later, but blasphemy is the idea of, it's the way it's used is to scare people away from knowledge in a lot of circumstances. Okay, so soon as you start digging into something that you're not supposed to know about or whatever or completely understand, they call it blasphemy, and it scares people away, and then they go run and stick their head in the sand, and they become childlike. Any question is worth asking. you know any doubt is worth exploring. That's how we get that's how we gain knowledge. Okay, that's how we move forward, that's how we grow. Okay, so the message is take the mask off, be your authentic self, be true, be real. Don't be afraid to be that, no matter what, even if it leaves you alone, completely alone, because there's others out there. And the ones that are going to love you authentically are the ones that's going to love your authentic self. The ones that's going to be attracted to you. It doesn't even have to be in a emotional, sexual kind of way. They're going to be attracted to your authentic self, your real self. You know, that's what makes you beautiful. Your authenticity is beautiful. Okay, the good, the bad, and the ugly. You know, what you those parts of you that you are ashamed of, the parts that you hide. You know, those are the parts that make you beautiful. There's balance in everything. There's light, there's dark, there's yin, there's yang. There's left, there's right. There's positive and negative charge. That's the only way these things can exist, really. That's how the universe was formed. That's how the universe works. You can't have one without the other. Anyways, back to I mentioned The Last of Us, the show on HBO. And I also like, okay, I went to the bar one night and I had a drink at the bar. I'm a regular at this bar, and it just so happened to be a fight night and the bar's all packed. I hate it. I hate it when it's packed. And I hate the UFC stuff. But I'm gonna tell y'all, it's the first UFC fight that I've ever seen from beginning to end. You know, I cringed throughout it all. It wasn't like I could do anything else. I was in there with my earphones. I'm the weirdo that's at the bar with his earphones on. But there's nowhere to look really because the UFC thing is on every TV. I'm just sitting there having my drink, relaxing after a long day of work. And I'm watching this. And I'm not only, but I'm watching the people and how they react to it. And, it's like the people, they really just kind of just want to see somebody's face get smashed in. Like they get excited when someone is like, it's so different from like, I mean, boxing is pretty damn brutal, but UFC, it takes it to a whole nother level. Like the parts where like if it was in a boxing match, the referee or whatever you call him, he would have jumped in and kind of like broke him up and split him up or whatever, But in the UFC, they let him keep going. It's like, oh my God, man, knees to the face and headbutts and elbows, and like those those boxing gloves that they use has just like a little bit of padding on them, and they don't wear any freaking like protective equipment as far as I can see. And like I say, man, I really don't like it. It's so brutal. It's so violent, and it's kind of excruciating to me. But anyways, it's the first one I've ever seen from beginning to end, like, and see who won or whatever. It was like a championship match or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I ain't gonna say I enjoyed it because I did not. But I would say, I was unplugging from my politics and from like all of the research and stuff that I do normally. And like Pat was saying, getting a little cholesterol in my system. So it's like trying to be more balanced as far as like, I don't know if it's me trying to fit in with others or trying to understand others better or whatever, or maybe try to be more normal, if you will. I don't know. So that was that. And the same thing with watching the show The Last of Us, because I don't watch very much television, like at all. And I'm enjoying that show though. I ain't gonna lie, I can't wait for the next episode to come out. And in the last episode, I'm not gonna spoil the show for y'all, but in the last episode, they were talking about it was a community that they came up on. Okay, so the setting is like the end of the world, right? Zombies and stuff. And they came up on like a compound that had everything, and they were living pretty good given the circumstances of like the end of the world. And they were like, yeah, we share everything, and we work together, as a community. And the guy was like, he made a comment. He was like, oh, so communism. And the guy was like, no, not like that. And then his wife was like, yes, like that. He says, it is communism. This is the commune. And it's like, the idea is when things really get ugly, that's when you see real true solidarity in humans, that's when, sharing comes in. I think that when things are really good, that's when people want to hoard, and that's when people want to keep others from having as much as they have, or something like that. Or like it's this competition thing that goes on. But socialism, communism, capitalism, capitalism can only work in like really great times. It's kind of like I was writing a paper earlier today I had to turn in, and I talked about 9/11, and it's like September 11th, the terrorist attacks, and I was sitting there watching this on TV as it was happening live. I remember this so clearly. I remember when the buildings came down and how the way the people acted, and it was such a, I mean, it was a horrible, horrible event, but it was such a beautiful thing to see how the people came together in the immediate aftermath of it. You know, how, like, New York has a reputation where, like, you could be hurt really bad going through it, and hundreds of people will walk by you on the sidewalk, and before anyone offers to give you a hand, if anyone does, to anyone comes to your aid, and it's hundreds and hundreds of people in the near vicinity, and they're just walking by, walking by, walking by, and you're going through a super traumatic event, and everyone just act like they don't care. But when 9/11 happened and the buildings came down, these people, everyone, and it didn't matter about race, it didn't matter about gender, sexual preference, age, any of the categories they like to put us in as humans, left, right, what your political ideologies were. Everyone just started digging. Everyone just started looking for survivors and pulling people out of the rubble, and at their own peril. you know that's true altruism. I think that humans are naturally altruistic. Did I put the link in the comments? Okay. People are naturally altruistic. I really believe that. Okay. After 9/11, it showed it. The people, they just started digging through the rubble, and they were in danger. They were in danger. They could have died too. They were putting themselves in peril for the opportunity to help someone, just because it was a moment, it was so horrible. And it's like, there's people dying all over the place, and I could save someone because, every minute, every moment matters. It's the difference between life and death for someone who's up under some rubble or stuck in something or whatever the hell. And with their bare hands, people were just pulling at the rocks and pulling at the concrete and just digging and digging and pulling people out. It was beautiful to see, bring tears to my eyes, to see humans come together in that way. Why does it take such a major tragedy like that for us to come together and want to help each other? That's a question I have. How come we can't be like that in other times? Like, I'm not saying put yourself in a position where you're going to be hurt. Don't put yourself in a position to be hurt. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, us as humans, we can have some solidarity with each other all the time, slicing the bread, breaking the bread, like they say. You got people who are starving, who are probably right in your neighborhood. They're probably your neighbor's children, the parents of your neighbor's children, the grandparents of them. All they could use a slice of bread, a cup of sugar, some peanut butter and jelly, and you have it in your cupboard and it's been there collecting dust, But we have this mask that we wear where we pretend that we don't care for others. We pretend that, we don't feel the pain of others. We pretend that the suffering of others don't affect us. We pretend that we have to hoard all of these resources for ourselves in order for our own survival, and that's and others have to be sacrificed as a result. It's the idea of the survival of the fittest, and I really hate how people have they have misconstrued that idea of survival of the fittest and used it in a way just to be shitty to others. It doesn't mean that, but the meaning that survival of the fittest has taken on today is not necessarily what it was meant, what nature is saying. If you're learning from nature, you're getting that survival of the fittest thing. If you're getting the real true definition of it, then it doesn't mean what the way people think of it today. Anyways, how y'all feeling? Let's get into it. So much stuff, because I've been gone for a while. There's a lot of stuff that has been going on, and I have no idea what all I'm gonna cover, because I'm only doing 2 shows this week, and I prepared like I do normally, so I got 4 shows worth of stuff. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna fit it all in. It's gonna be a struggle. But anyways, let's get into it. Begin. Let's see. We got to make some decisions here. Let me see what I have in the stories. What's up, Pat? How you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I cannot complain.
Oh, I hear that.
Oh, there's a montage. Yeah, man, we're back. Marjorie Taylor Greene, she wants a civil war. She wants to succeed from the Union. I'm gonna play that clip in a second, but you haven't seen that? Anyways, let me start off with this Trump clip right here, because the whole thing with the trains, that's a big topic that I feel like we need to touch on.
It's definitely a big topic.
I have quite a few things on that too. I don't know how long I want to stay on this one. Hold on. What is going on here? I'm going to be looking at this other thing. Let me play this for y'all.
People of East Palestine and to the nearby communities in Ohio and Pennsylvania, we have told you loud and clear, you are not forgotten. We'll stay with you to help the accountability that you deserve.
I'm sorry, mate. Isn't this you?
Which says that for every 1 new regulation, 2 old regulations must be eliminated.
I mean, it was definitely an ironic thing to do. You take down regulations, you water down regulations, you weaken the power of the administration to deal with freight railroad companies, and then you show up wanting to be a great friend of the people who have been impacted by a rail disaster. This is somebody who, as far as I know, never went to a derailment site when one of those happened on his watch, and there were thousands, even ones with fatalities. Never even sent his transportation secretary to go. Now that it's campaign season, I guess things are different. We were there to work. We were there to get things done. And I'm really glad I had the opportunity to be there, because I got to tell you, the people I spent time with in East Palestine, we didn't talk politics. I'm sure most of them are on the other side politically, but that didn't come up. What came up was how concerned they are for their community.
Regulations must be eliminated.
Must be eliminated.
You mentioned a national political figure who's decided to get involved. It sounds like you're talking about Trump. And then you said, I need your help. How can he help?
Well, what we do is express support for reversing the deregulation that happened on his watch. I heard him say he had nothing to do with it. So if he had nothing to do with it, and they did it in his administration against his will, maybe he could tell that he supports us moving in a different direction. We're not afraid to own our policies when it comes to raising the bar on regulation. And I've got to think that him indicating that this is something that everybody, no matter how much you disagree on politics, presidential campaigns, can get behind. Higher fines, tougher regulations on safety, Congress untying our hands on breaking rules, all the other things that go with that. That'd be a nice thing for him to do.
Listen, we're all in agreement that what happened in East Palestine is a disaster on many fronts, right? But I'm not going to sit here and watch this Cheeto politically mudsling as if he wasn't part of the problem, as if he didn't undo regulation to brakes that Obama put in place.
After a bunch of derailments in 2014, said, let's just put them on the cars that have the carcinogens, for example. The industry, the railroads, the chemical companies, the lobbies fought it hard. They gutted it. The final version was that longer, high-hazard flammable trains would need brakes by 2023, ironically. But in 2018, Administration Elaine Chao was the transportation secretary, rolled it back entirely. This will be the sort of topic, I'm sure, of the class action lawsuits that are now being filed. The response from Norfolk Southern so far, $1 million charitable fund, $1.2 million financial aid to families, 100+ air purifiers and air monitoring services.
As if he didn't have a hand in why this disaster happened in the first place. There's blame to go around, but don't come there with your paper towels and your McDonald's order and think that you're the hero.
The people of East Palestine and...
All right, comments. So that was a really good montage right there, I think, of the topic. Like, and I saw a lot of stuff about it, and that was short, and it had everything. And I'm not Pete Buttigieg fan, bruh. I do not like this guy at all. Like, he's about as authentic as a, I don't know, freaking empty suit. So, but, you know, and then, you know, you got the political, you know, time is coming around. The election season is coming around. The presidential election season is coming around. So, you know, it's starting to rear up. And that's part of the reason why you had Trump saying what he was saying. And then that's part of the reason why you had Pete Buttigieg saying what he was saying. So it's kind of like, you know, the Republicans saying what they're going to say, and then the Democrats saying what they're going to say. It's setting up the stage for, you know, the presidential campaigns, the campaigns coming up. So, but in the middle, you have the reality of people dying, people being sick, poisoned air, poisoned water, you know, like train derailments left and right. And it's true what they were saying about the regulations, because they were trying to, it was about those brakes and hazardous materials being carried. The regulation was to make sure that if there were hazardous materials on a train, that they were equipped with these particular brakes that would help in these kinds of situations, you know, to avoid these kinds of situations from happening. Okay, so that's the thing, though. You know, the corporations are always say it's going to cost money. You know, it's going to hurt the company. Da 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 da. And it's like there hasn't been a problem. Like, you know, they just want to make us spend money. You know, but then they roll back the regulations, and then all of a sudden we have all of these accidents that happen, you know, that are really terrible. And this is also on the backdrop of the strike that happened not that long ago. The big rail companies, the unions for 2 or 3 of the major rail companies was striking just last year. So this is bipartisan, actually. So like, this is what I be saying about good cop, bad cop all the time, because Biden was the one who put an end to that strike. You know, the government stepped in and got in between the unions and the companies and stomped out the strike, because they were like, we can't afford for, the union, I mean, the rails to stop going, because it would bring the country to a halt, because it's so, that infrastructure is so imperative, to the well-being of the country. So that was Biden's stance on it. So, but meanwhile, those people they had a reason why they were striking, related to it. Where was it in the news? It was all about these guys trying to pay time off, which was part of it. The videos and reading the articles, the people were saying it's safe. They said that these conditions are unsafe. You have these guys working these hours. They're tired. They're saying the infrastructure is trash. They haven't put any money in that. We have really old equipment. We got really old rails. And instead of for the rail companies to be putting money into that, they're putting money into their stock buybacks, and their CEOs is making a killing, so that and their investors are making a killing, But meanwhile, the infrastructure is withering away, So then when you have a situation where they care more about, just making money, it's all about, this quarter, how much did we make this quarter, or how much can we save this quarter? And that is the goal every time, how much over last year, how much over last quarter, then you never have the money to spend on those infrastructure projects or putting those proper brakes on these systems. So then that's what causes these kinds of things to happen, And then the other part of that is, I talked about in the other show, is about the suits. We have a punitive system where we don't have a preventative system, not in our law enforcement, not anywhere. It's all about punitive. So it's like, okay, well, so trains derailed, that's fine. We'll just pay out the fines, or we'll fight the lawsuits tooth and nail. But when we lose them, we'll pay them out. We have a budget for that. That still is only a drop in the bucket versus the freaking profits that they made just in the last quarter. But so that just shows they don't care that these people died, that their water is poisoned, that the air is poisoned, that these people are going to have health issues for years into the future. Comments? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's messed up how all this stuff is being handled, because it's like, I mean, everything that you just said is on point. It really is, a game of, okay, who, the blame game for one, because, Trump's, because I mean, I guess with Biden not going to see the whole thing, because I don't know if he said he had nothing to do with it, but I know that, during this period, like, Biden was not willing to put any aid, send any aid to Ohio, and pretty much turning his back on those people. And of course, Trump going down there and being there and this, that, and the other, I'm sure those were like photo ops to say, okay, I'm here. I'm not the president, so I can't really do anything about it. It's a bunch of just a bunch of mess. But I mean, either way, we got a serious problem that's going on, and things that's like gonna take a lot to fix, as far as repair. I mean, doesn't matter how many times, how many lawsuits get filed, or how many wins and losses. I mean, we're at a deficit. We're at a loss of life, loss of like the earth is poisoned, the water is poisoned, and like those people around there, like I'm sure the same. Any kind of wildlife that's would be a staple for that area, it's gone. So
So if the
really,
question is like, it shows where our priorities are. Our priorities are hoarding money for the investors and the CEOs because their checks is not going to change as a result of this. You know, like you said, the water's poison, the air poison, the people poison, the animals poison, but the checks are going to be the same. The dividends will be the same. The investors are going to get their proper dividends.
yeah, pretty much.
So
I mean,
those are the priorities, and this is bipartisan. It's not left or right. It's not Republican, Democrat. They all are beholden to the corporations, and that's just what it is. And then we have this political theater going on, where, like you say, the blame game, and photo ops. You know, where Trump is blaming Biden because Biden is he's in office. And then the Democrats are blaming Trump because of the rollback of the regulations. But still, in both ways, when Trump was in office, Trump couldn't have done this without Congress. You know what I'm saying? Congress is
and that's the
both.
part that I think that's the part that gets looked over mostly is the people that's in office consistently. Who's been, you know what I'm saying, like when the presidents come in and go out, there's people who's always been there, but they use the president as a, somebody who can who's actually, because I mean they're the ones that's making legislation, not the president.
And I saw a report that showed how much money that these specific companies that were involved in this disaster in Ohio, monies that they gave to specific Congress people's campaigns.
I'd like to see that list.
I have it somewhere. I got way too much shit, and I don't want to take the time to dig.
No. That's fine. I'm just saying, but I'm just saying,
There's a list.
I can almost imagine the who's and the what's. Which ones, but. Either way, I mean, we got to. I don't know. I really don't know how this thing can, like, what we could do to fix it. Like, I mean, of course, do something moving forward has to be done almost immediately, because I mean, if there's, on the different circumstances, the emergency, they'll use the Emergency Use Act. The Emergency Act for other things, but not for this. Like, this is a true emergency. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even want to get into the all the, things that's going on the other end, where they did use it, but this is not a good time to use the Emergency Use Act or whatever it's called. I mean, because whatever all stop, there should be no stops. Like, I mean, this is something that if this is so important for the country, the movement of the country, like whatever needs to happen should happen, right?
Should, but will? Probably not.
Yeah.
And those damn campaign donations are a big reason why. I think that people really should pay attention if they care about politics and they really want to make a difference, or they really want to they feel like voting makes a difference. Then look at the voting record of your said politician. Look at that. That's public knowledge. That's public information. They can't. That has to be disclosed. How they voted. Sometimes now they have ways around it where they vote present and stuff like that. But when they vote yay or nay on whatever it is, that's public, and you can look that up. Okay, and there's always stuff going on related to stuff like this. When we're not paying attention, when we're looking at some transgender BS or some CRT BS or some Black Lives Matter BS. Meanwhile, on C-SPAN, they're doing it, and you can see who's voting on what and who's not. And then if you follow the money, which is always the answer, you can see who got money for their campaigns from certain companies, and then you can understand why they're voting the way that they are on certain subjects, certain situations. And so then again, the CEOs going out the back door with the bag, the investors of these companies going out the door with the bag, and these politicians are going out the back door with the bag. You know what I'm saying?
And I agree. I mean, there's a lot of different important things, because I mean, like I said, I mean, they can find money to send children to get surgeries, but trying to for the things that's supposed to be important for the country, as far as our infrastructure, for whatever reason, those funds can get mishandled, or or not even voted to have a budget for in the first place. Like, it really doesn't add up, but
what's up, Kurt? Kurt says I'm here. Doc is here too. He said the opensecrets.org link has all the donation info. Let's play a little bit of Jimmy Dore. I'm trying to get away from playing so many videos, but this video right here, if I can remember correctly, was pretty good on this particular topic. Let's play some of this. Am I sharing? Yes.
Yes, I see.
Part train derailment is big in East Palo, Ohio, and here's David Sirota. The Sunday shows didn't even mention the unfolding disaster in Ohio. MSNBC, CNN, and other news stations have refused to cover the political backstory. Biden and Pete Buttigieg, the chief regulator of railroads, haven't even mentioned it. And he sent this out on Monday, so this was true at that time, that they hadn't even mentioned it at that point.
Well, it's a mostly peaceful but fiery disaster.
Here's a video from David Sirota's outlet, The Lever.
We just saw in the middle of the country a giant chemical fireball, 100-foot flames, and very few people asking questions about what led up to this. So there was a derailment in 2012 in New Jersey,
releasing 20,000 gallons of dangerous chemicals and noxious gas into the air.
There's children in the town that are being affected by this.
And there was pressure on regulators to do something about those kinds of trains. And so the Obama administration had a rule proposed to better regulate these trains. The National Transportation Safety Board told the regulatory agency, said, listen, these raw cover not just oil, they cover what's known as class 2 chemicals. And the chemical industry lobbyists went to work pressuring the regulatory agency to limit the definition of what a high hazard flammable train is. Limit it in a way that the train in Ohio, that kind of train ended up not being classified as a high hazard flammable train.
NTSB closely monitoring 4 cars that are filled with vinyl chloride. It has been found to be linked to cancer.
Trains that were subject to this rule were going to be required to use a special kind of new braking system to try to deter or at least reduce the damage from derailments.
ECP delivers the unmatched performance of air brakes with the precision of electronic communication.
Most trains in the country are still using technology from the Civil War era. But the moment the government was considering making it a mandate, the railroad industry's changed its tune. It cited cost concerns to pressure against that rule.
We want to see federal regulations when they're necessary, not just in reaction to a headline in the Washington Post.
Obama's rule included that measure to expand the larger use of those brakes on the nation's rail system. In that 2016 election year, the Republican Party got about $6 million from the rail industry, and Senate Republicans started beating the drum for Trump to repeal the rule. Donald Trump repealed the brake rule so that the industry does not have to even start to use these kinds of brakes. One former Federal Railroad Administration regulator told us that these brakes, which are known as ECP brakes, would have mitigated a disaster like this. And we just learned today, after the publication of our story, federal officials told us that this train did not have those brakes on the train.
So that's from David Sirota and the Lever. And here's more. Reporter arrested while covering conference in Ohio. The reporter was arrested. Said he was being trapped while the Ohio governor spoke about a train derailment in the state. And here's a tweet. Ohio officials, there's nothing to see here. Also, Ohio officials, now get out or go to jail. What are they hiding in Ohio?
I am allowed to be here. Now, or you can go to jail. Sir. You want to go to jail for criminal trespassing? Do you want to go to jail for criminal trespassing? Do you understand how quickly our lawyers with me?
So that journalist was arrested for comments about the train derailment, and then the charges were dismissed. Charges dismissed for reporter arrested while covering Ohio train derailment. Here's more. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says the railroad requested the controlled release of the toxic chemicals. We talked about this, that they did a controlled explosion, or what they call the controlled explosion of the chemicals. Yes, Norfolk Southern, whose top shareholders include BlackRock and Vanguard, told the government how they wanted this disaster handled. Something's fishy in Ohio.
We also looked at what the danger was from a controlled release, which is what the railroad felt should be done. We then made the decision to go ahead with the second option, which was the release. Our environmental teams remaining in East Palestine were directly with others to ensure that the site is fully cleaned up with no shortcuts. This morning, I called Alan Shaw, CEO of Norfolk Southern. He and I have had contact numerous times. I discussed with him many of the concerns that we're hearing from residents of East Palestine. I asked him directly if he would personally guarantee that the railroad would stay there until absolutely everything was cleaned up. He gave me his word and his commitment that the railroad would do that. They would not leave until.
So there's a commitment.
Who's the guy that wrote In Cold Blood?
Freaking, I don't have much faith in that commitment. Let me see. Did they tell the?
See, and I don't know. As soon as I heard who the investment group that was over it, it really just kind of was like, yep, don't expect much there.
Yep, and it's like what is it? The usual suspects, every time.
Usual suspects, yes, they show up everywhere.
Every time. Let me see. I think a little bit more.
Here's a headline from Moto search labeled non-hazardous.
Well, I called Mandy. They were gonna control a controlled release you mean a release? They're gonna release it.
Here's from Motherboard. The freight train carrying toxic chemicals that derailed in eastern Ohio caused residents to evacuate and created a toxic crowd. Had a reputation. Okay, the freight train carrying the toxic chemicals had a reputation among railroad workers. They called it 32 nasty. Okay, 32 nasty.
Yeah.
Apt, I guess. In the town of East Palestine, Ohio, which split vinyl chloride in the area and caused citizens and wildlife to die. The $55 billion company has offered the town $25,000 or
That's to cover my chemical burns.
Mr. O'Connor, the disaster in East Palestine, Ohio is the result of years of deregulation and anti-labor practices. We are here because the industry invested in stock buybacks instead of safety and their own workers. Make no mistake, this will happen again unless we take action now.
Didn't they all just screw all the rail workers
Yes,
out
they
of being
did.
able to take sick days, and now
They broke their strike. That's right. They forced them to go back to work, and that was the work of Joe Biden. And
was
Democrats went
Ro
along
Khanna
with
on
that.
board, or did he actually say something?
He was
about
on
it?
board with that.
Oh.
He was on board with that.
So that's a pretty good gist of the whole thing. So like $5 a person. We're sorry. We just poisoned y'all air, water, and y'all probably gonna catch cancer. And hopefully you can use that $5 to move somewhere else. And like they said, this will happen again. And there's already been other incidents that has happened.
Well, I did a Google search, and I think total this month there was like 6 derailments up to like a day or two ago. Because from what I understand, there was one near Houston. There was one in North Carolina, I think it was. Ohio, Pennsylvania. The Ohio, yeah, that was near Pennsylvania. So, but it happened in Ohio, but it was near Pennsylvania. But like total, it said 6 derailments. So that's why I'm like, all of a sudden, I mean, because I don't know. To me, it just seemed very weird that we're having multiple derailments all in one time. Now I know that we've had some before now, but it just.
I saw a story where they're gonna send some of those chemicals here to Houston to be disposed of. I was reading an article about it. Some of that stuff is coming here because we obviously we have the facilities to deal with it. So, but what's really interesting to me is how those materials were considered non-toxic. They didn't get the label of toxic materials, and that's the reason why they were able to beat the regulations and so forth and so on. And so then that's how it works. It's like, okay, well, it's not toxic unless they get mixed together. It's like, so, if they're safe travel, then they won't get mixed, So I guess it's safe as long as there's no wreck that happens, So it's like.
Well, to me, I mean, regardless, I think that just based on, because I mean, some of these things, it's like ammonia fluoride, or like regardless of how you get those together or separate, that's toxic. And I mean, it should be known to the public, like I know I do hazmat, so I have to placard whatever I have, especially if it's over 1,000, over 1,000, like 1,001 or whatever, but pounds of whatever it is. But either way, like the people who will come, the emergency crews that's coming, if it's not labeled properly, how are they gonna know how to handle it? And then if they don't find out until later, looking at some kind of paperwork or whatever it is that they can produce to say whatever's going on, that just prolongs quick, how quick they can really respond to how serious this spill could be. But I mean, one way or the other, I mean, this should be, like I know I have to make sure my truck is in tip-top shape, so that if anything was to happen, I mean, it's gonna be less that like you try to keep it from having less damage. But
right. And there's another part of this. these trains always go through like poorer neighborhoods too. The people that live in these areas where these trains go through should be aware of what kind of materials are coming through their neighborhood. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean the trains. Period. I mean, it doesn't matter what's being carried. The trains usually go through. I mean, like the rich are not. They end up at the meetings, and somebody to speak against the running a rail through their neighborhood. So I mean that's just a part of the game. Like I mean that's just how it is. Whoever's the most powerful can say what land is gonna be used to transport. That's with the highways as well. So that's just a way of the world. But one way or the other, we I mean, at least like I said, I mean the minimal things that can be done so that a response like this can happen. Because if it breaks, like I mean, if you want to not lose big like this, like a whole like the derailment, and you're messing up the land, the water, the air, all these things is being damaged all in one little cycle. How is it really hurt for you to invest? If people are investing in your company, like why are you not making the real investments that is going to keep the company making money instead of losing money? Because this got to be a big loss. Period.
Yeah, I think that it's the cost of doing business as far as they're concerned. And limiting liability is where they're at on that kind of thing. Just mediating the risk of how much it costs them is where they're at on that. That's it. The concern for the people or the environment is not in their books. And I think you're right. I think that just like us spending money on the infrastructure instead of sending money to Ukraine, in the long run, this is going to be good and make more money, So it's crazy how we have these attitude of quarter to quarter, way of looking at things instead of long term. And that's the reason why, China comes up all the time. They look at things in a long term instead of quarter to quarter so much.
But that's one of the reasons why they look at us as being incompetent, as not just our government, but I mean the way that we choose our leaders, and who actually comes in, and the choices that they make while they're in office. It just makes us all as a people look stupid, because I mean we count on these people to do their job, to make sure that our families are safe, our roads, our trail, our rail system, whatever it is, that these things are being taken care of. But we'll rather invest in something way on the other side of the world, on the other side of the planet.
It's insane, because we were talking about the water in the other show, and how like our infrastructure related to our water systems is way out of date, and nobody wants to spend the money, and they just keep kicking the can down the road.
Well, yeah, and I mean, just think about some of the other places, because I mean, like, what's his in Michigan, Flint, still nothing done totally to fix that yet. Now we have,
but at least the river's not on fire there. At least they finally put the river out.
Is there a river on fire somewhere?
In Flint, Michigan? Yeah, that was the big thing that brought it out of the nation's attention. The river was actually on fire for like several days.
because there was so much of that stuff in it. And then that they were using river water to go through the damn pipes, and then the pipes, it corroded the damn pipes. That's a long ass story. And then Obama went and drank the water. There's a photo op. It happened again just now with the Ohio thing. There's a clip somewhere where I don't know who's the politician, because I don't want to say the wrong name, but they did the same thing for Ohio. They went there and they had this big press conference where they drank the water. I don't know if any of y'all saw this, and they were like,
Man,
the water's fine.
That's some stage BS.
the water's fine. Stop freaking out.
That's some Fiji water that they put in a glass, and they drank it. Whatever, man. I bet you can't look in that glass and see blue, green, yellow, all these different the colors of the rainbow in the glass of water, like you can see when you go into their creeks and their
I bet you none of them would go buy a house near
the little bayous here in Houston. I have that multicolored water.
Yeah, I've seen it.
You probably got some spills that didn't happen around there, because I mean, just recently, that's one of the areas that they mentioned that they had another derailment in near Houston.
Well, Texas has some of the lowest regulations of any state.
Yeah, we had a train derailment. Let's see, about 2 weeks ago, along the East Coast Freeway in Splendora.
Yeah. I gotta give Texas some props though, because our Texas wildlife parks deal that we have is some of the best things in the nation. I would say it's really, really cool, and they spend a lot of money on it. And I like how they're building up the bios and stuff. So that part is really cool. But we're back on the radar for abortion rights again, don't you? You seen that yet? The main thing I saw about that is the pills.
They're trying to outlaw Plan B with the Texas Supreme Court, which means when that gets challenged, it's only 1 or 2 steps away from the Supreme Court.
And it looks like it's going in that direction. It looks like it's going in a direction where they're going to make it so words, because you got the legal states and then you got the illegal states, but you can mail those pills, and the women in the illegal states can use them to do abortions. So then they're fighting against that to make it so words that they can't do that. And it's looking like that's the direction it's about to go in. It's going to be a nationwide ban on those pills. They're going to become illegal. It's going to become contraband. And you're not going to be able to mail those pills over state lines to get those.
Man, whoever thought drug dealing would actually become prescribed drugs and not just like weed and coke and stuff? I mean, that's a whole new twist to actual. Well, then again, as long as we have commercials for drugs on our TVs and on our radio, our doctors are our dealers and not really our healers.
I remember when that happened, it was a big deal and nobody was paying attention. I remember because, it was illegal. It was illegal. And it's kind of like what they did to the
cigarettes and alcohol
industry. Yeah. When they couldn't do those ads, and you could only find them in magazines and so forth and so on. But the lobbyists for the freaking pharmaceutical industries were so big, they have so much money that they pushed that shit through, and the politicians, they lined they lined the pockets of the politicians to allow us, because I remember when it switched from you couldn't have those damn dick pills commercials on TV. You couldn't have those heart medicine pills on TV.
Dude,
and I'm sorry.
They changed that to where you have to add all the disclaimers. And I love some of these disclaimers. It's like, I'd rather have the freaking disease.
I'm telling you, if you listen to the side effects, it sounds like it's worse.
Up to including death. I mean, I heard that the other night. Up to and including death.
But look, it's every other damn It's every other damn commercial though. That shit should not be on TV because a lot of these drugs aren't even like been tested. These drugs, you know, right after you see that commercial, then you see a commercial that says, if you've been harmed by this particular drug, call such and such and such.
They don't need to advertise. They got the government giving them money anyway.
Fucking money, hand over fist. They're making money this way, they're making money that way, they're making this way.
They do need you to advertise because the government is only going to pay once somebody is using it. Like that's where they'll, you know, they'll actually put the money in if the people want it, because we are the government. So we have to be able, you know, they still have to leave us with a choice. But when people choose man-made over God's gifts that he has given.
We didn't get much of a choice for seeing them damn commercials. And that's one of the things I think that should be rolled back.
But the commercial, no. Even though you have a commercial, even though you have a commercial and you just take whatever they're saying, well, here's a solution, and it's really not a solution. Well, here's an option. It's really what they're telling you. It's not really telling you that, hey, this is the solution, this is a cure. Look, here goes a whole list of things that's probably not going to help you any, but if you want it, we'll sell it to you. I mean, that's really what the ad is.
And that's capitalism. So that's the reason why our healthcare system is so fucked up, because the pharmaceutical companies and the insurance companies have a stranglehold over the whole thing. The doctors have their hands cuffed. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
The hospitals, they got to fight the hospitals, they got to fight the insurance companies, and they got to fight the pharmaceutical companies. They're going to lose every time, you know?
But listen,
so they're just going to do their job and go home, like whatever, man.
Well, listen, when we realize how many times this what we call a health care, a health system, which is really a death system, when we realize how much it really, you know, who's really been cured, because, you know, they put a Band-Aid on, but there's actually cures when you're dealing with natural medicines, because somehow all the stuff that's natural that came from God somehow became alternative, and then but the medicines that you know some man in a lab created, now this is some miracle drug.
And
like
look,
because science doesn't recognize God.
And look on that subject, the psilocybin
what is
or
the
whatever.
ultimate science?
I'm saying it wrong, but the mushrooms. Did we talk about that on the phone, Pat?
Psilocybin.
Psilocybin. Recently, it's coming now because, you know, they've been knowing they've been knowing the benefits of this since like the 50s, bro. And then they pushed that shit back, but now it's coming back around where they're pushing really hard to allow, you know, these different from the mushrooms to be able to use for the all kinds of disorders, psychological disorders. What's the one where you shake?
There's a program going
Parkinson's.
on. There's a program going on right now where they take soldiers who are having bad PTSD and bad problems fitting back into society. They take them up to the mountains. They run them through climbing and stuff like that, get them in the hoo thing, and then go camping and give them all freaking mushrooms.
And it's curing these guys.
And they trip and they come back and they're better.
And so it's so much evidence now that's coming out with it that they're but see, look, here goes the twist happening.
But see,
the pharmaceutical companies are buying up these patents that's saying that they own the damn patent to some regular ass fucking mushroom shit and can't nobody else produce it. So what's going to happen is that the pharmaceutical companies are going to own that shit too, and then they're going to make it illegal for you to you know, make them at your home, even though it's really easy to just grow the mushrooms yourself, you know. But they're going to make it to where
chemical
let me tell you this.
Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just gonna add that all of this stuff is not new. Like all of these things about curing, these are thousands of years old. Like when in the 1900s, when I forget his name, that started the AMA, the American Medical Association. I forget the rich guy's name at the time, but they knew all of these things had cures and they were good, but they wanted their way in, and they were like, if you try to talk about just natural stuff, like you might get jailed or killed
Yeah,
because they
because
wanted us to.
it's all about being able to monetize this stuff, and it's really difficult to monetize some herbs that grow, some wild herbs that just grow, and
No,
you can
it's
just go and
no,
get them out of. And the
it's
Aboriginal
really
people
not.
had been using these for thousands of years, and they've been knowing the benefits of this stuff for the longest. And that's the reason why they make all those things illegal all the time, is so that they can monetize them. And that's really what it's all about. But and I think we're gonna lose with this too. Even with the mushrooms, we're gonna lose, and they're gonna patent this stuff, and it's still gonna be prescribed by the doctor, and it's gonna be expensive as hell. And it's
Well,
just
I'm
gonna
gonna
be
tell
some
you.
shit that you could have grew in your backyard under
Look, I'm gonna
your
tell you.
house.
Anything that says FDA approved, stay away from it. Anything that says has not been approved by FDA, take a look into it and see what what it really offers. Because you can do your own little research instead of trusting the people who has been harming you for the last 200 plus years. But I mean, hey, that's just a blow in the wind. You know what I'm saying?
But I think that what's going to happen is a lot of the treatments that the Aboriginals peoples were using all around the world
Are using because
and still using, I think that these things are going to become more mainstream again, because people are going to recognize this, and it's cheaper. They can make them themselves, and it actually can cure you for certain ailments.
when you realize what's been happening is because they have active ingredients, things that they have found in nature that they can use, but then they weaken it and put different things that kind of pulls it away from actually curing you, because they want to prolong you going back and forth to buy more of their drugs so that they can continue making money off of you, off of this illness. And then of course, once you take too much of this and it messes up your liver, it can give you something else that's supposed to maybe help your liver
Right.
prolong a little more. And like all these things is they have designed it that way so that you'll never have to be able to get off of it, when all these
Right.
things can be cured if you're not so scared to actually take a chance with because you don't realize you're taking a bigger chance with your life with their pharmaceuticals. And I mean, and then some people may have never looked at what a pharmaceutical means when it breaks down, and that's just sorcery is what it means.
And it really sucks that, because people just be looking for the easy way out or whatever, like, because diet and exercise is a lot of times the answer. Sunlight, water, really simple stuff. But people not willing to do that. They're like, let me just take a pill. So that really sucks.
To say what they're doing to the food, stripping the food so that your body is always in need of something that it should be able to take care of itself just through the nutrition of food.
But you're not getting the nutrition because they didn't stripped all the Let's move on. Let's talk about. I want to do Major Retailer Green right quick and not spend much time on that. And then I want to go into Putin's State of the Union, because that one is the one I really want to cover. Let's do this right quick.
Stupid economic decision. And again, the whole irony of this is you've got Republicans who oppose kind of almost every kind of spending, who are the biggest beneficiaries of the federal spending that they oppose. Terrible idea for everyone in those red states.
A national divorce is not a civil war. It's actually separating by red states and blue states.
If this hypothetical were to happen, and Marjorie Taylor Greene were to get her wish, and these states were to secede, what are some of the practical, real-world impacts it would have on those states?
Yeah, they would have huge sort of deficits, economic deficits. They wouldn't have money for their projects. They wouldn't have new bridges. They wouldn't have federal installations in their districts. they wouldn't have food stamps and they wouldn't have Medicaid to help cushion their residents against pretty extreme poverty. It would be a really tough and stupid economic decision. And again, the whole irony of this is you've got propose kind of almost every kind of federal spending who are the biggest beneficiaries of the federal spending that they oppose. Terrible idea for everyone in those red states.
A national divorce is not a civil war. It's actually separating by red states and blue states.
Okay, it was a really short clip of Major Taylor. It's kind of unfair.
Well,
but just saying this. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I say that, you know, because for what she actually said is true. Like, it doesn't mean that it has to be a civil war that they split up. But I mean, he's talking about the money's being separated. Well, the states, if they separate from, if they do separate, they're just not going to be paying taxes, giving money to the federal government to break up, for them to break up and give it out how they want to. Like they'll take in whatever taxes they do, which would probably be more like what they've been talking about on the consumption side. So that they get just like Texas.
So then what happens when they have like have to declare a national emergency type deal? When, they need federal dollars like FEMA or something like that, a hurricane, something like that, a major event where they need federal dollars. And what about the big programs like Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security? So this is what's happening. They're really attacking, and I've been saying this for a little while now. They coming for Social Security. They're coming for Medicaid and Medicare. I got a clip on that somewhere, but where they're acting like they're not coming for these programs, but they're calling them, what do they call them? Entitlement programs is what they're calling them. They're like, we have to get control of these entitlement programs, and then the whole thing with the debt ceiling, that fight is coming, and they're gonna, this is what they're gonna use. They're gonna say, okay, we gotta get control of our spending. We have to be fiscally responsible. So then Social Security is too fat and too bloated, and we need to make sure that the right people are getting Social Security, and means tested or whatever the hell bullshit they always say. But they just want to fucking cut that shit.
Well, the thing is, I think that based on how the spending is, can determine on, whether or not you can, we can afford to have regular life, because if we can have, because a bunch of us have insurance, some of us don't. We can figure out a way that those people who do not have a way to be able to see a doctor, this, that, and the other. The main thing is there's a big conflict on these different states, whether you want to say Democratic, Republican, conservative, liberal, however you want to look at it. There's been a big conflict on how the spending should be, how these dollars should be spent, and it's just a continuous fight. Like with the way that things are going now, it's more likely for it to be a civil war, because it's just a consistent conflict. So is that what she's offering? The idea she's offered, is it the solution? I don't know, but maybe not. But at the same time, we got to really look at the fact that some of these, we have to become more agreeable with just simple things. It's like if health is the important thing, let's all agree, whether you're a liberal, that we need to take care of some core issues first, then for us to be like, okay, my thing is more important here because I want this and I want, okay, everybody wants stuff, but what do everybody need?
But look, the bipartisan part where the majority of the money is going to is the military industrial complex, sending this money to Ukraine and all of that. And I mean, the Republicans are pushing back a little bit on that, but that's for the most part bipartisan, man. And all the money for the military spending, like we spend more money. That's the biggest, hugest chunk of the freaking budget right there. We got military bases all over the damn world. We got this bloated ass freaking military budget. If we really care about being fiscally responsible, then that's the first place to look is where we're spending the most money. But that's not where anybody even talking about any cuts. They actually been increasing it year over year. Like we're at
there are people that's talking about it, but you don't hear it because that's not the narrative that they want to go out there. They want everybody to believe that we need all this because, I mean, if we weren't the ones that was poking the bear all the time, we wouldn't have to be on defense mode as much. Like if we actually focus on things here, build ourselves up, maybe produce some stuff where we're not so reliant on, other countries or even, like we could do so much right over here on the Western Hemisphere where even the Eastern Hemisphere could be doing things on their own. We could share what we can, and the other things is just a way.
Yeah, but like I say, it's bipartisan because it's all about imperialism, and then it goes back to the corporations. Okay, because
Hold on, we lost Pat.
Okay, it's about imperialism. The corporations are the ones that benefit from this because getting the resources from all of these different places around the world. And the corporations benefiting from it. So then that's the reason why it's bipartisan. The big, huge military budget is because, we get to continue to get our private companies to go wherever and extort these resources and use them for private companies so that we can make money. It's imperialism. And so nobody has a problem with that because we've been brainwashed that it's all about the corporations, and it's like if the corporations hurt, then we hurt as Americans, and if the corporations do well, then we do well as Americans, because it's like they always say more jobs and so forth and so on. So that's a fight that's like impossible because it's ingrained in us that imperialism is good. The trickle down economics. I want to cover a couple of quick stories before we get into the Putin thing because we're probably going to spend some time on that one. Check this one out. It says Biden and Yellen should be ashamed. U.S. picks ex-Wall Street executive to lead World Bank. He represents U.S. corporations rather than the needs of 8 billion people around the world. The caption, it says, U.S. President Joe Biden on Thursday nominated a private equity executive and former MasterCard CEO to lead the World Bank, drawing furious backlash from climate and anti-corruption campaigners who said the pick would ensure the key global financial institution remains a tool of corporate interest and funder of climate chaos. Ajay Banga's employment history, touted as exemplary by White House, was the primary source of concerns for advocates who were hoping Biden would replace outgoing World Bank head David Malpass, a Trump appointee who recently came under fire for climate denial. With a public servant dedicated to combating the climate crisis, global poverty, and skyrocketing income and wealth equality. Before becoming vice chairman of General Atlantic, which one watchdog describes as a rapacious international private equity firm, Banga worked at Nestle, PepsiCo, and Citibank. Banga also served on Dow Chemicals' board of directors and as the chair of the International Chamber of Commerce, a powerful corporate lobbying organization. Nothing in Banga's resume inspires confidence that he will turn the World Bank away from a path of neocolonialism and predation by global North corporations and global South countries. said Revolving Door Project Executive Director Jeff Hauser, alluding to the body's history of pushing austerity, advocating for the privatization of critical resources such as water, and financing oil and gas products. Sadly, a vision that those who govern best are those that have profited the most from deregulation, economic predation, and the shrinking of the public sphere seems to be winning out in the Biden administration now. Indeed, this vision, we have argued, is what guides Biden's new chief of staff, Jeffrey Zients. Hauser continued. Biden and Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen would be ashamed of this choice. Our message in the past was to figure out how to expeditiously fire David Malpass. Our message now is to retract this nomination and simply do better. So more of the same. And here goes what I be saying about good cop, bad cop, and bipartisan stuff, because they were complaining about Trump's nomination for this job, and now Biden just hired somebody the same or worse for the job. And it shows who's really running things, because it's the same people that end up being in charge of these things. And, like I say, the Republicans don't give a damn, and the Democrats don't give a damn when it comes to this. They both are on the same.
One thing, though, not saying one thing. I'm not going to name any person or anything like that, but he's an ex-Wall Street executive. I'm curious. I mean, yeah, obviously kind of a little bit of an asshole and not a good one, but who would be better qualified? What kind of qualifications are we looking at to run that?
Honestly, you're right, because the job is to make sure that, the status quo continues.
Well, the thing is, you need one of the crooked suckers in there to maybe help it not be as crooked.
I don't see your logic there, but as far as
I'm not saying this guy. This guy's one of the slime balls, but they have to understand the system from the inside out, and the only way to do that is to be part of the system. So, who can you really pull in that's not involved in it already?
Yeah, well, the global understanding of imperialism, the global understanding of extracting resources from the third world or the global south is the name of the game. So, yes, this guy is perfectly qualified to continue to do that. So, yes, his resume is A1 for getting the job done that they actually want to do.
That's not a part of that's already been conceded. We've already said this guy's a fucking idiot. He's not what we like. The question is, who can you get in? What kind of person do we need in there? Instead of just sitting there and shooting at the guy at the top and trying to make holes and all that, what would be the better decision? Who could we get? But you still have to choose it from someone that knows the system inside out, which means, aren't they all going to be that way?
I think that they all are going to be that way. I don't know how you would find somebody who has experience dealing with this kind of stuff without being already in the club and knowing what's actually, because see, I think that the regular folks don't really understand what the World Bank does or
Listen. Just to throw something in there, I think most of us are probably qualified to make decisions on a lot of these things. Will we be the best candidates starting out? Maybe not. But the thing is the way that they choose who's going to do this job is who is down with their agenda, their game. Right. Somebody who's when I make a decision that let's do this, that you're not going to be argumentative and say no, that's not a good idea. Like
Well,
that they're hiring yes men.
Well, these are not yes men. These are actually the people who really run the show. That's what I'm saying. These people are the ones that really run the show, way more than the politicians.
But the guy that puts these guys that put him here, he's the highest level that you see. You don't see the guys that run the show.
Yeah.
This guy answers to someone else who runs the show.
But those people that he answered to are
someone
not
else who answers to someone else. This guy's about 3 or 4, maybe 5 levels down. Our president's about 8 levels down.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's my point. That these guys are not, the politicians are not above these guys. That's my point. Definitely not.
Well, I mean, regardless, because I mean, I would have to agree with you that a lot of these people, they probably do have more power than like our president, or somehow like I'm not really sure how their pecking order goes, but either way, for Biden to recommend him, he's probably got the word from his boss or bosses to say, hey, this is
the guy.
We need to.
This is the guy.
This is who we. Yeah,
this is our guy.
Want you to. Yeah.
Let me read a couple comments under here.
No, he says this isn't our guy. He tells him, "Here's your choice." He doesn't say this is your guy, our guy. He says, "Here's who you're picking." There's a difference. I know that semantics, but no, it's not.
Yeah.
There's an illusion of choice in one. There is no illusion of choice when I see it. I'm saying,
but that's to us.
Told, he's told. He's not suggested.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, Doc. Let me read a couple comments. It says, this is underneath. Common Dreams posted this. One of the comments from a random person underneath it, it says, just further proof that Democrats, just like Republicans, are simply wealthy cronies who at the end of the day only really support the status quo because it benefits their corporate political benefactors.
There's
Great
somebody
comment.
who's not far off of the trail, because I mean, when you start thinking one way or the other, you lost.
Let me read this one. It says, this one, it says, this is a critique. It says, this is a bad take. If not a banker to lead the World Bank, who would you hire? A bus driver, a teacher, someone with absolutely zero experience in banking? This is a really dumb hill to die on. And that's kind of what Doc was kind of arguing too. But I think that a fairly educated person, regular folk, can do this job it's like I be saying all the time, I think that anybody could do any job if they get trained. You get trained as far as what's going on. You get debriefed.
Dude,
The
world can't afford for them to get on the job training.
Well,
you can't walk into this at moderate level at that. You have to be an ace in the game.
That's from our point. That's from our point of view, because we want the best people. They want whoever is gonna coincide with their agenda, whatever it is that they're trying to accomplish. Who's gonna give sign off on this one, or deny and decline on other things. Because I mean, like, shoot, the EMF, like that system would be where our money would come from for reparations.
You know what? I want him to find the guy that turned the job down and make him do it. Instead of the guy that wants it.
Right. And I think I love that comment, Doc, because I think that's the same thing with our politicians. That's the same thing with the politicians, because that's when we will have good representation, because it's the sociopaths that rise to the top. The guy that really doesn't want to do that job, and you just throw him in there, he's probably going to do a much better job than the guy who really wants it, because the guy that really wants it has some kind of agenda going on.
Hey,
for his
another
personal
line I'm
benefit.
thinking. Another line I'm thinking. Why don't we get one of these crazy ass guys that got caught stealing all this money through all these loopholes and stuff, and put him in charge? Now, hear me. Everyone's all, oh, he'll steal. No, because the eyes of the world are going to be on him.
That's an interesting thought right there.
And if he fucks up, he's gone forever, and you know he's going to be dead.
Let me read. That's probably, see, there goes another part of this, because
And then he
we could
knows
say,
how the system is screwed up, and he has the ability, now that he's in charge of it, to stop that crap from happening.
but we could say all day that we should get a better person in there or whatever to do this kind of job, but what's going to happen? But look, this is my point.
People in.
No, these are not voted. But look, this is my point. If somebody does get in there and try to shake things up, what do you think is going to happen to that person?
I'm more worried about what's going to happen to poor people in countries that can't get money and food anymore because the economic system's fucked up.
Well, I don't think that's what will be the result. I think that if somebody who was really trying to make things happen, then they're going to try to spread it out and do the job that the World Bank or whatever.
Every single mass change in history makes people hungry and poor people hurt.
And that's what happens with these, because that is actually the job of them. That's actually what they're doing, even though they say on their website that they're doing the opposite. They're lying. Let me read a couple more comments. It says Biden is a lost
What
soul.
happened to the last guy that was doing that job?
They got him up out of there. That's what they were just saying. Let me read.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, okay. Well, I'm just trying to say, like, that's what happens to them. Because I mean, if they let him go alive, then that's one thing. But if he's going against what they really want,
they're gonna take him out. They're gonna get disappeared. Yeah. The last guy didn't get scalped. He just got fired. There's a difference. It's like politics.
Well, that's what I know. Yeah. Because I would say he might get suicided or something. But
yeah, they're gonna get disappeared if they really try to do something.
I doubt he has anything against Hillary. He'll be okay.
Let me read this. Yeah, because Hillary's on board with this. Let me read this comment. It says Biden is a lost soul.
The one that's making the decision on who's actually going in there.
Hey, did you guys see that little celebrity interview thing that I popped on the group text?
I think I did.
Which one?
The one with Zach Galifianakis interviewing Hillary Clinton.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't see that.
Okay, it's I started trying to label my text to give you a little preview of what they're about instead of just doing links, because sometimes I find it hard to keep track of just link. Have I seen this one yet? I don't know.
Yeah, I do doing it too lately. I try to a little post underneath the so that y'all can know what it is.
Something I found too.
A couple more stories.
My algorithm is so.
Let me do a couple more.
Like when one of y'all sent me a video and I start playing it, then there's things that come on after that just throws me off. So but either way.
Well, that's where both of our preferences start to mesh, because it starts based off of the one that you're looking at, which is based off of our algorithm, and then moves into your algorithm.
My connection is
so those first two or three.
Did you hear him breaking up?
Nah, it's you. You was breaking up a few times.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's showing a good signal, but I don't. I knew it was my phone, but that's why I'm just making sure. But
yeah, and that's the reason why I send these videos to y'all, and I click on y'all's videos because it affects our algorithm, and it's a really good thing so that we can get multiple perspectives on a lot of these topics. It really helps a lot because the algorithm can't help but to adjust. And that's a really good thing.
That's how I know you click mine, because I know you watched that Hey Skittles video, because that's where you got the ski mask idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
I recognize. Yeah, he's watching it. He's clicking.
Yeah, I be clicking on them. Let me that was pretty funny. I ain't gonna lie. That the one you're talking about with the pink. Anyways,
I gotta send stuff that's just funny once in a while because sometimes our shit gets too fucking
breaking
serious.
the monotony.
Yeah. Let me read this one. It says, in Finland, the number of homeless people has fallen sharply. Those affected receive a small apartment and counseling with no preconditions. 4 out of 5 people affected make their way back into a stable life, and all is cheaper than accepting homelessness. So it's the thing. One of the points I've been trying to make all the time is that actually it costs more. Our tax dollars are spent by not housing these people.
You got to understand.
The argument is that we don't have the money, but go ahead.
I didn't know everything. Everything just kind of got a little real weird and bonky for a second. Okay, you have to realize Finland also has a population of 3.5 million. That is smaller than the population of Houston. They are 90% white people. And all have almost a homogeneous culture. Yeah, that is a great thing there, and that is. But when you're talking about increasing that to the proportion of a country with 330 million people in it, now it's not so cheap. But I do like the idea, and I think like some of these old hotels or old buildings that they're not going to do anything with, they can be bought and maintained to use as transitioning homeless places.
And we got empty office buildings all over the place.
Well, you also have to remember too the problem with drugs, insanity, and all that. They will be ripping fixtures out to sell, and that has to be maintained too. And don't say it ain't going to happen. I've actually, with my own eyes, seen it down where the VA building is, where it's all just veterans being given a free place to live. And they will rip stoves out and sell those in the copper pipes underneath the, I mean, and I'm not saying all of them do it, but, you know, enough that it's problematic.
Yeah. It's going to be collateral damage, but I think that it's all about priorities. Let me play this one, Hong Kong story right quick.
Oh, the free pancakes.
First and foremost, we have prepared 500,000 free air tickets to welcome tourists from every part of the world to come to Hong Kong.
Even after reporting tourist recovery was sluggish, Hong Kong now hopes to woo tourists. They return to travel.
First and foremost, we have prepared 500,000 free air tickets to welcome tourists from every part of the world to come to Hong Kong.
So it says, this is AP News. Hong Kong is giving away 500,000 free plane tickets to foreign visitors to boost the local economy. Hong Kong will give away air tickets and vouchers to woo tourists back to the international financial hub, racing to catch up with other popular travel destinations in a fierce regional competition. During the pandemic, the city largely aligned itself with mainland China's zero COVID strategy and has relaxed its entry rules months slower than rivals such as Singapore, Japan, and Taiwan. Even after it reopened, its border with the mainland China in January, tourism recovery was sluggish. About this right quick before we move on. Hong Kong is willing to give people free tickets to come visit because their economy has been hurt by the zero COVID policy. They're trying to catch back up.
You know,
Their own citizens don't want to live there.
Dude, 3 weeks ago, they also lifted the no vaccine ban because they were one of the countries that says if you're not vaccinated, you can't go. Excuse me. If you don't have the Fauci ouchie, you can't go in.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Canada is still that way.
Yeah. That's not good for their economy. Clearly. I don't know. I don't really have much comments on that. I just think that was an interesting topic. Let me read this one. It says, Houston, this is a horrible story. I barely
China
want
needs
to cover
American
this.
money.
Yeah, well, you know, the thing is the way the
system
the way our what do you call it? Our economies, the direction that the economies are going in is moving into a lot of service type stuff.
America,
Around the world.
America is also starting to finally fall out of love with China.
No,
Well,
it's the other way around.
Well, no,
It's
I'm not talking
propaganda.
about culture and weirdness and stuff like that. I'm talking about, even Disney has been willing to take hits and stop bending the knee to China because they don't want to have to change their movies, change this dialogue, change this background. and they're starting to take some hits from China now.
So I mean, are we agreeing with the direction that Disney's going in?
Are we aligning with Disney?
Well, it's one thing to talk about the rainbow weirdness, and it's another to talk about how they're willing to change entire storylines in movies and stuff like and art because they can't sell them in China if they do that.
Yeah, well, China's
Well,
not with all
some
of
people are
the
trying to protect it. Some people are actually trying to
children.
protect their.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like
No. It's not about stuff like that. It's about politics and things like that. It's okay. You have to realize any reference to Taiwan being an independent country by any of our politicians, a Taiwanese flag or anything like that shown in a movie, like a patch on a shoulder. The guy's from, is that right? Am I saying Taiwan? Yeah, Republican. So anything like that has to be completely blacked out, changed, or the character has to be removed if it's to be sold in China. Otherwise, we are supporting Taiwan as an independent country, and they are not according to China, but they are according to Taiwan. And this is one of our hot spots that people aren't paying attention to right now. Because, Russia moved into Ukraine, a lot of tensions going on about China about to move in on Taiwan. Because they still claim that it's part of their territory, but Taiwan claims that they're an independent territory.
And the only reason why the United States has interest in it is related to the tech industry and those damn computer chips.
Taiwan is so far from being independent to where, if they were so independent, why are they looking for America to help?
Because financially, creatively, government-wise, they are one of the people that has trade with all other places. They can be independent because they are a great center spot for trade, transport. They've got a great spot in the East China Sea.
They are pretty damn independent. It's China that's freaking embargoing them and holding them down.
In the year 2000, British. They were a British, I believe, ruled place. No, I'm thinking Hong Kong. Never mind, different one.
Well, their cultural history is different. You know, they had a different trajectory than mainland China. So
Yes,
and
that's the way to say it. Mainland China. They're different from mainland China.
they're ethnically different too overall. You know, they you know. So, anyways,
That's like Sicilians and Italians. There's a difference for reasons.
They're more. It's more cultural than it's not really ethnic. It's more cultural.
let me cover this one. This is I barely want to cover this because I hate these kind of topics, but it's Houston adopted father of 9 used religion, social media to mask abuse of children, prosecutors say. The Houston Chronicle posted this. They said prosecutors outlined the hellish life for the adoptive children of Hayam Cohen, whose birth name is Jeffrey Lujan Vigil, outside his portrayal of a tight-knit, pious family on social media. Behind all that is excessive abuse, said Juana Oswald, chief prosecutor for the Harris County District Attorney's Crime Against Children's Division. Each court appearance of the defendant, the latest on Friday, and with him now facing 12 child abuse charges, has unraveled a layer of purported deceit. Oswald doubted the life that 38-year-old Cohen portrayed online and in person, believing that he used religion and social media to mask years of abuse. Cohen frequently touted raising 9 children as a single father under our Unique Family website and social media accounts of the same name. He also depicted the family as practicing the Orthodox Hasidic faith, a persona that members of the Orthodox community near Cohen's Braes Oaks home have questioned and flagged to authorities for years. So it was a story earlier that I didn't cover because it was so horrible with the guys who had adopted these kids and was basically sex trafficking them. It was 2 guys who were married and they adopted some boys and they were sexually abusing them and sexually trafficking them. And then it's like, this is another kind of situation like that. And it's like being the whole thing with the adoptive system that we have, and these kids already being victims and being mistreated even when they're in the system. And then once they get adopted, you have these horror stories like this. And with all these cult... Go ahead.
One thing I have to point out right here is this is not a negative hit or a complaint against the system. This is not about the system. This is about a screwed up, bad individual. The system can get better and stuff like that, but you can't just blame the system because this happened. This is a bad person. This is a horrible human being. It should never. Yes. And blaming the system for it is
well, this.
Well,
yeah.
I think we can't.
The system can be better.
Yes. Now, see, I can roll with you there but at the same time, we can't take all the weight off of the system because they somewhat allowed this to happen enough to where these people felt comfortable enough that they could come and adopt these kids and get and do what they're doing. But because I know some people that's been in this same system that has been, used and misused and over again, and the system, some of these people within the system knows what's happening, but because it gives more work to them, they're willing to ignore certain things because there's certain things that, like in this very story, that could have been done a lot sooner because there were a lot of complaints, not just this year or last year, but for many years.
I personally know a girl They got placed in 5 different homes. 4 of those homes she was abused in.
So how much is that related to the system? Like,
And
can
then
they?
she got in trouble for running away.
Yeah.
It's fucking sick.
But then they're
Well,
afraid
it's
to
about
to
vetting.
make a complaint themselves, or really have no way to, make a complaint.
They don't have no advocacy.
Yeah, like I mean that's all of these different offices that they create for that's supposed to be able to, they all have their own little thing, but a bunch of these things are balled up into one system where like you get one person that's like an agent, or like a somebody that works, what's it, CPS or whatever. A lot of times they're assigned to an agent that's supposed to be, to oversee their interactions with these foster parents, or if they quote unquote get lucky enough to get adopted, that will force, kind of look through over this process.
I just realized something about the story of the girl I was talking about. I've got to put in. Before she got abused, it wasn't always the parents. Sometimes it was the stepbrother, or it was another person that was in the system with them.
Yeah, a lot of times it's there might be other children that's even their
Yeah,
own
it was like
age.
the stepbrother or another adoptee. It wasn't always the parents. I have to make that clear because
I get
sure.
it. I because like that's the part that I mean. That's why I can't just it's things that they may not know, but they're so afraid of what might happen to them that they don't speak out, and that's that's one thing that because they probably seen other people who tried to tell, but they the ones that get their ass whooped in foster homes, because they they're the ones that's gonna speak out or have somewhat of a rebellious spirit. They're the ones that get in trouble. So the ones who see that, they shut the hell up, and they just, okay, well, I guess I'll just deal with this for a little while, because it seems to them to be the better route for them than to be able to just tell the adults what's happening to them. That's a systematic problem.
I want to do one more topic before we go to Putin, because I know we're going to get stuck on that one. I know we're going to get stuck, and we're probably never going to be able to move on from that one. But Mardi Gras, Carnival, Fat Tuesday, Ash Wednesday, that was this week. So like, anybody want to make comments, history related or your personal experiences going to Mardi Gras? I got some beats.
Well, I mean, I'm from Louisiana, and we do, that's a big celebration that happens every year. And now
We're
I
all
guess
partiers. It's another excuse for us to have a good time.
Well, it is history linked. Now, as far as how it began in got to New Orleans, because I think the original it started in Mobile, I believe, was one of the main places for Mardi Gras, but New Orleans pretty much adapted it, and that's pretty much where it's been for as long as I can remember, as long as I've known. But it's just like Carnival, like it's just the people there, it's a fast that's coming.
It is
for
Carnival.
Well, it is, but is it more of a French version? Because I mean, Fat Tuesday, but Mardi is Tuesday, Gras is Fat, so it's still different. I think it's practically the same, because they do a lot of the same kind of ritual.
Okay,
dances.
well, what happened was some explorers way back in like 1699 landed. The reason Mardi Gras, they what's this guy Pierre something in Beanville? I'd have to look it up. They landed somewhere near where New Orleans is now, and they had a little celebration. And the spot that they landed, they called it Point de Mardi Gras. So it happened during that time that Carnival normally happens, but it just kind of worked into the local traditions and all that.
But
So
this is
now it's
something
Mardi
that was
Gras
going on
there,
before.
but Carnival in the rest of the world.
Yeah, but no, this is something this is indigenous Aboriginal history that happens to be, like because of okay, having
It's
being
an
centered
end
around
of
a French
spring
settlement.
fest. It's an end. He's actually going to explain it in the video he's about to play.
Okay.
Because yeah,
I'm glad you watched it.
I don't need to. I know the guy.
Oh yeah, yeah. This
I
is.
actually know the guy.
Oh, you know this guy.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, hopefully he's good on his history because
Me and him have talked before about some of the stuff that I've written.
Cool beans.
Yeah.
So, but both of y'all are right. About what y'all just said.
Mine only relates to the name, not the tradition. Why it's called that there.
Yeah, y'all both are right, and so yeah, Carnival and the Return of the Sun, right? Actually,
Spring Harvest Festival.
Spring Harvest, the Return to Life.
yeah, I wouldn't say harvest because harvest is like at the end of it.
Actually, it would be a spring planting festival.
Well, it's hard.
Excuse me. It's the end of winter. Eat all this shit that's about to thaw out and
Spoil.
go bad.
Yeah.
And then start planting all your shit. After you've done eating, take all your seeds and all that stuff that you've prepared and go out, get it planted.
Yeah.
That's what you do starting. That's what March, Easter, the renewal of the land and all that's coming up.
The actual new year. And it's a celebration of life, the return of life, basically, the abundance, where you don't have to struggle so much through the winter, where you could just walk around and grab some nuts and fruits off the tree and stuff. You got a lot more time to chill. And like you said at the beginning, it's just an excuse to party. Any excuse to party, we down with that.
Well, my question is like how it all coincides with right after Mardi Gras, which is Fat Tuesday, then there's Ash Wednesday, which is like the beginning of Lent, and how it coincides with like it intertwined with.
He explains this in this video. They co-opted it, They co-opted it. So now what he's going to say in this video, he's coming from a perspective of like paganism, And me and you, Pat, we whenever people are saying paganism in a negative way, I don't necessarily agree with it. A lot of times
Necessarily, I don't agree with it at all.
Because most of the time when they're saying pagan, it's really just kind of like Aboriginal old school
it's just
stuff
for them
that
to be
people
able
did.
to demonize. Yeah, they would demonize, and it's the same thing that they did with like what we were talking about earlier with the modern medicine, and now everything that was medicine before is alternative. And this is the new and good and improved part now. Like we even put our spin on it, so now it's better. That's pretty much what they're doing.
And they co-opt everything. So it's always like, because when you go back to Constantine, when he was like, man, we got to do something about these Christians. They're basically winning the people. So, but we want to let them continue to do what they're doing, but we want to change it to the point where it's a state religion and basically co-opted. So we'll put these new names on the same celebrations that they were doing at the same times of the year, and kind of mix in some other stuff, you know, and basically that's what they do. And so it's like,
Dude, the whole idea of the Holy Trinity was to take the monotheistic explanation of God and turn it into a Trinity, because that made it more appealing to the tribal people, the Germanics, and other than that, who had always been pantheologists. You know, they couldn't wrap around, oh, you mean one God? Oh, no, I can't conceive of that. Oh, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, a Trinity, three who are. Oh, yeah, I can get into that. I get that.
And whenever they, I grew up very religious, and the Holy Trinity, the way they explain it in the church, I always had a problem with it. It's like, help me understand it. I kept on asking them, like, please, it's not making sense to me. There's like, it's God and it's Jesus and it's the Holy Spirit. It's like, come on, you're making
they left out the most fertile.
It makes my brain hurt, because it doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, my logical brain.
Because it's really symbolic. Because I mean, if you go to the original Trinity, like, I mean, the fertility of the female, which would be like none of us would be without, they totally left out of the whole thing, which makes no sense. Like, the Holy Spirit, okay, like all of us have a Holy Spirit, if you want to call it that, the God particle that we all, our soul or whatever. But I mean, still in all, like, why is the woman left out?
Yeah. And there goes the cross. There goes the two phalluses, and there goes Ash Wednesday with the history of that. And then
I'm not knocking any religion or practice or anything like that, but as a server, I'm a little creeped out as I serve people who have that little ash thing on there.
Yeah, I worked that day too, and it was a lot of people that came in, and it creeped me out a bit too.
I'm not knocking it.
It makes me feel a bit uneasy. And I've gone to Catholic churches. I've done the, drink the grape juice and eat the cracker, and I've done all of that.
I'm more than freaked out by exercise on a Sunday. Symbolic. I'm more freaked out by it because it's more symbolic of something against God than for God.
And that's
to me.
And that's where it's the co-opted thing, that's confusion that they have with it. And again, I'm not trying to knock anybody, but if they really understand the history of it, even this practice is before Catholicism was even a thing. So
what does
the thing with the ash?
Yeah, but no, because like I said, I mean, just like, because you're saying when we came in with the, because I mean, you talking about the movement from the Ankh to the current cross, right? Like, that's one aspect of it. But like I said, when we're talking about nature, God and nature are pretty much the same thing, and you're taking out one of the main, like, I mean, if there wasn't any women, then like there's no men.
You gotta have the womb. You gotta have the phallus and the womb to have the Trinity, for it to have life forever.
To have the son, like the son doesn't come without the mother.
Like or child.
Even if we put the man and woman here together, there's no child without the man and the woman. Like, it doesn't happen.
That's the problem. So it really, I see the cross.
Just consider it the Father, the Son, the Mother, the Moon, and the Child, the Earth. That's still
all
a Trinity.
Good. That's all good. I'm all good with that. But I see the cross as death. I see it as two phalluses. They put the cross when they bury people, they put the cross. In the old cartoons, remember, like somebody died, they would put the X over their eyes, the little X, the little cross over their eyes. And And then you've got the idea of Jesus on the cross. Jesus on the cross, that he was crucified on the cross, that he died there. Like, come on. I mean, you know, if you're just going by the story, it still fits as far as death. Let me play some of his video. He starts off really good until he starts getting in.
Time where you see a lot of traditions of Christianity put cross on there, and where they begin Lent, and they give up certain things, and it's supposed to be very Christian, very religious, and so this is the thing, you know. I love it. There's been so many people out there recently attacking Hebrew roots, and as I'm about to say in a future video, is that these people are doing so much work for us. I mean, they are just putting so much of the spotlight on Torah that they have no idea. And I get all the emails. I get the emails from people who are like, oh my goodness, I never even knew this was out there until such and such warned me about it. So, but you know, and the reason is because these people are under attack, and the only thing they can do is to attack back, and it just brings you know, everyone loves a train wreck. Everyone loves a fist fight. And when they break out, when they happen, people pay attention. And so, you know, Mardi Gras, which happens today, and then Ash Wednesday, which happens tomorrow, these things are rooted in pagan sun god worship. There is no doubt about it. Anyone who argues is either a liar or they don't know. You know, they haven't done the research. That's your two options. Mardi Gras, Ash Wednesday, Easter, it's all rooted in pagan sun god worship. And those who say otherwise are either lying to you, or they don't know. They're just uneducated. So Mardi Gras.
Can you make that
otherwise known
smaller
throughout the world as
on your
Carnival.
page?
Carnival
It will use less
is
resources,
farewell to meat.
and it won't skip as much.
Like that.
Yeah,
Now, there's
that should stop some of the skipping.
reasons why it's called farewell. But, you know, as a natural person, as someone who lives grid, who harvests my own food, grow my gardens, and harvest my own animals, you know, I have a better understanding of this because I've done some of it, and I'm taking the things in the Bible into account. And plus history. It's good to know history. Those who do not know history are doomed to repeat it, right? So, Carnival, farewell to meat. This happens in springtime because during the winter time and fall and early spring, but during this time right now and before, the world is your refrigerator. Did you know that? See, they didn't have electricity back then. They didn't have refrigeration. They didn't have indoor plumbing. So right now and previously, in the months previous, the world is your refrigerator. And so you can feast on fresh meat. But see, there's a thing. When you kill the animal and you make a steak, whatever's left over isn't going to last forever if the temperature warms up. But see, you can make it last a long time in the winter because you can freeze it. Amazing. But see, spring approaches, warmer temperatures approach, well, now you got a problem. Because when you butcher an animal, you have to eat it a lot quicker. Because if you don't, it's going to spoil. This is basic stuff. But see, we take it for granted because we're so used to our conveniences and comforts of the American lifestyle, Western style, that we have forgotten all this. So Carnival, meaning farewell to meat, meant that now's the time to feast. Now's the time to get that fresh meat from your harvesting, from your kills, and from the animals, the livestock that you've raised. Because it's going away. And so feasting, one of the reasons why they're feasting is because after Christmas, after the winter solstice, you have a certain amount of time where the sun starts to get a little bit higher in that sky every day. And it's return of the sun, bringing with it springtime, the return of life. You ask anyone who's an expert on either Carnival or Mardi Gras, because really they're the same thing. Carnival or Mardi Gras, they say, what's the meaning? What's the purpose of Mardi Gras? What's the purpose of Carnival? The same answer will be given every single time. It's a celebration of life. A celebration of life. Why is it a celebration of life, my friends? It's because they worship the return of the sun, which brought life. Springtime. It's just, see, you can start putting these things together, two and two together. It's not that hard. But some people don't like the idea that the things associated with their church or associated with their denomination, associated from birth with their faith, are actually linked to pagan sun god worship. And the people who do know it, they find it uncomfortable, an uncomfortable reality at offending people, at telling them the truth. Even in our movement, I don't want to tell people this, Zach. It may offend them, and then I can't get them into our church. I can't get them to be a donor, is what they're really saying. So this whole thing, pagan sun god worship, Carnival, Mardi Gras. The rest of the world calls it Carnival. People in the United States call it Mardi Gras. It starts when? After Christmas. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mardi Gras website. And this Mardi Gras website is MardiGrasNewOrleans.com. This is the official Mardi Gras website. And you can see right here from the schedule, it starts on January 5th. The first event that they hold for their Mardi Gras season is on January 5th, right after Christmas. January 5th. It's called the Fools of Misrule. Fools of Misrule. And this begins the long season up until Mardi Gras. All the events, all the days, during all the weeks, all the way until Mardi Gras. And today we're just a couple. But during these times, so let's parade. A parade. The parade night called the Crew of Chewbacca. Right back to Nimrod. And you're like, well, Zach, how is that possible? It's Chewbacca. That's Star Wars. It has nothing to do with Nimrod. Well, actually, it does. See, this is a book called Bacchanal. Bacchanal, right here. And this book, Bacchanal, was written by a guy who did a study on the history of Carnival.
You want to make a comment? Somebody wanted to make a comment?
No. I was just laughing because he said, "Now that's."
And in many places throughout the world, it's called Bacchanal, after the Roman god Bacchus, who was the god of revelry and of wine. And so Bacchus, if you do the translation for it, Barcus, meaning we know what Bar means, son of, Barcus, son of Cush. Who was the son of Cush? It was Nimrod. Nimrod was the son of Cush. Barcus, Bacchanal, Bacchus. It's all related. Well, why is Bacchus related with Mardi Gras? Well, it's sun god worship. It goes right back to sun god worship. We'll keep proving this over and over again as we go. But yeah, one I have here is called Chewbacca. To kind of get to be trained. Star Wars Bacchus, the crew of Bacchus. It's called the Chewbacca, to make it trendy. That's one of that's Nimrod. Nimrod right there in the Mardi Gras parade. It's a parade. I mean, see, it doesn't take a lot, again, of smarts to put all this together. The other parades is the crew. This is one of the main parades leading up to, this happened just a couple of days ago, leading up to the actual Mardi Gras, which will be on Tuesday, tomorrow. This is called the Crew of Isis parade. And it's one of the major parades during Mardi Gras. And Isis was a goddess of Egypt. And were temple of Ra, a sun god worshiping temple in Egypt. You see, they worship Isis because it's a sun god worship. It goes right back to Egypt. And they're doing it during Mardi Gras. Why? Because Mardi Gras are all linked to sun god worship. Again, you don't have to be a genius to figure this out. The dots connect if you will let them.
I have to add something to that part as far as the egg, because it's about new life, also. And it's also the egg of life, the tree of life, there's a geometry related to this. And, it just goes way back. The egg representing, new life.
The rabbit, fertility.
If you will let them. When you go and you look at today, and we're about to come across in a couple of days, you will see, even on the Wikipedia page, it says related to Mardi Gras and Carnival. Mardi Gras and Carnival, because they're all related. Mardi Gras and Carnival start after winter solstice, because after the winter solstice, you have that sun getting higher in the sky every single day. It's a return of the sun. It's a celebration of the sun, and it was usually celebrated with a lot of orgies and promiscuity and things like that. And the Roman Church eventually came in and said, okay, we understand you're worshiping the sun. That's fine. But you have to stop
like
it at this
spring
point
break.
because now we're going to Christianize it. And after this point, this certain day, we're going to prepare you for Easter, which is actually the spring equinox, because they wanted to Christianize the actual spring equinox and bring all of these people underneath the Roman Church. So you can keep your festivals, you can keep your bacchanal, you can keep all of your festivities that you're doing, but on this day, it's going to end. And you have to do this and this and this and this to prepare for the spring equinox when the sun gets to its point that it needs to get to. Okay, the equal of the earth. Okay, that's when it started. And you have, all the. Look at this painting. This is the painting I wanted to show you. So this is written by a guy named painted by a guy named Carl. I can't pronounce his last name. Spitzweg. And so this painting right here is a painting he did on Mardi Gras or Carnival. Now, notice the painting, okay? This was, I think, done back in the 1800s. And it's a guy in a clown suit, in a party suit. He's partying. He's dressed up for a party, and he's depressed. Why is he depressed? It's because the party's over. The party's over. Oh, and look at the window. What's coming through the window? It's rays from the sun, because they're there to celebrate the party. It's a party to celebrate the return of the sun. It's about God worship. And this guy, the party's over. I guess I have to cheer. Now Lynn Rome up the party. It goes all about sun. So you start doing your research, you'll find all links, Ash Wednesday, Carnival, Mardi Gras. And when you do the work, you all stuff back to sun god in both Babylon and in Egypt. Babylon and Egypt. Isis, her name is spelled with an egg. Have always been symbols of fertility. Every single Egyptian book of the dead. And you will find that according to the Egyptians, the dead, the earth and the sun from an egg. So when you get for your get to Easter, it's Easter time.
Pause it for a
How
second.
do we celebrate Easter? With an egg. It's all linked together.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's got your resources stretched. Let your resources stretch up to a little bit. But this is the point where he's starting to stretch a little bit, kind of like he did with the Bacchus stuff. So you were talking about how he's going to be stretching a little bit because we're coming up to his explanation with Jesus Christ. And I was basically doing that to fill a confused Go ahead.
Yeah, because I was planning on ending it right after he talked about the eggs.
Yeah, I was just doing that so to kind of fill a little bit of time while your resources caught up. It shouldn't skip now for the rest of it.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna play the whole thing because at the end he starts going into the New Testament and he really kind of lost me. It was a little bit of a stretch, and just like the other part where you said at the beginning, but most of this is pretty damn accurate. I just think that his understanding is just a little bit off on some of this, but his information is good.
This is the kind of stuff that I use to write my game worlds, religions, and stuff like that. It's a good chunk of the truth, a little bit of twists, and a whole lot of entertainment.
Yeah. So, but the thing with the eggs is so interesting with Easter, because whenever I was a kid, and because my dad used to say, he was like, "What the hell does the eggs have to do with anything?" He was like, and he would be like, "Rabbits don't even lay eggs." Like the whole thing is bizarre.
I know Easter actually goes all the way back to Isis, but I don't remember anything about eggs. I mean, with Isis, that might be because I also haven't been. Oh, going back before Isis. Okay.
Well, the name.
I don't know if it was before them or not, but it wasn't really Isis. It was
Isis is a
it was spelled
fertility
like
goddess.
Ishtar, but it's actually pronounced Easter. So, and she was just a goddess that pretty much
fertility.
She represented fertility. Yeah.
Yeah,
I believe Isis was one of her aspects.
Right. So the whole thing with Easter and the eggs always never made sense to me, and the rabbits.
But if you think about last year with you guys.
Yeah, I think we did, and it's
I was talking about this all last year. I remember it.
But if you look at it as fertility, and the return of the sun, the actual New Year, and all of that, then it makes sense. But when you're looking at it through the church, then it just doesn't make any sense at all. It's all lost in translation.
Yeah, because I mean, the main thing was for them to denounce the previous rulership and to give a new narrative in which they stood on. But it was always conflict. But I mean, that's mostly you find a bunch of conflict in Christianity based on its narrative, at least this version.
If you think about it, if it isn't directly translated from Aramaic, isn't it hearsay? I mean, it's been changed.
Definitely.
Like the all the Bibles right now, the current ones are based off of the NIV Bible, which is a rewrite of the King James Bible, which is a rewrite of another Bible, which was a rewrite of the Catholic Bible. And at that time, the Catholic Bible had pulled the Apocrypha out, not to mention the 23 or 20 something chapters that were removed from the original printer guy. I can't remember the name off the top of my head right now. But the guy that invented the printing machine printed the Bible, and that's completely different from the ones we see now.
And then it goes back to the what was it? The scrolls, the lost scrolls,
the canon conferences too. What is canon? What is not?
And then it goes before that.
Language, but see, when you're talking about language, Aramaic is just another dialect of Arabic. Aramaic.
Yes, but when you're talking about New Testament, that is the language that Jesus spoke. So those stories, if they're not told in Aramaic and in the area and in the language of his time, technically would be hearsay.
And I always say this, and I've said it many times. I just throw the whole New Testament away. I swear to God. But
I don't.
But
I'm a follower of his teachings, not his word, not some of the crazy shit.
Well, it's like you say, hearsay.
Good words. He went to the east.
Apostle of John. All these people, these were written way after Jesus. They're supposed to have been Jesus' buddies or something, like way after Jesus was supposed to have even been. Like, come on, man.
You have to understand. The stories were handed down and written years after. The people actually lived during that time. That's like bards and stuff like that back in the day.
But the Dead Sea Scrolls still don't really have much to do with it.
Not the New Testament.
Here's an interesting thing. Jesus disappeared for 10, 20 years? 12, 15 years, whatever. He supposedly went east into the deserts. It sounds to me like this Judaism-based guy went past the desert into the earth, east. He learned reflexology. He learned Reiki. He learned spiritual aspects of Buddhism and Hinduism, which were beginning over at that time.
Yoga.
And he brought that Eastern stuff back.
Yeah.
And integrated it, and bam, all of a sudden now we have a new twist on Christianity.
And I like that. I really like the idea that the missing time of Jesus was when he was studying, and that was a common thing that people did in those days,
But is it possible that he could have went so far in the east that he ended up in the west, what we consider the west?
No, not at that time.
Well, you know, and I have problems with the Jesus story anyway, if it even ever really happened, or if it was multiple people, if it was a
It's about 7 different people from what I can think of. Or
Yeah.
from what I can tell.
Yeah, I did a show about that. And so, but what I was saying about the Dead Sea Scrolls, and you can go as far back as the Book of the Dead, which this guy mentioned, from Egypt, which is even older.
Hey,
What
let me
about
tell you about a short story
book
I
of
wrote.
Ra, the book of Ra, Amun Ra? Is I mean, it's like the Bible is pretty much plagiarized from it. I mean, it's just like revamping the stories from different periods of time, which I mean, we can call it plagiarism as if it's a
Dude,
crime,
the
but it's
flood-
really updating it for that particular time, because either way, religion from 1,000,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, to 100 years ago has always been designed for one thing, and that was control.
Period.
No.
Yeah.
At first, it was mankind's way of trying to explain what the hell is going on.
Yes.
No, it's
I agree with that
in
too.
some ways.
And
in some
then
ways.
it became campfire stories. And
Yes.
at that point, the elders had to start teaching you, don't go out in the lightning storm because
Right.
you're going to get hit by lightning and die.
Right.
Why? Because there is an angry God in the air. Not just because, listen to me, you little motherfucker. No, there's an angry God in the air. He's going to strike you down if you do stupid things.
And this is how
that's how it became about control.
And because also that's the way you teach. You use what do you call it, the stories that you tell that may not be true, but the point of it is to teach you a lesson that's going to help you in your life.
Fables, parables.
Yes, because but that's one way to learn the Bible, because it's really, when you really get into the depths of it, it's a science book. Like when you really learning, like
Hey, that's what got Galileo friggin' killed.
What?
People thinking that the Bible was a book of science.
Well,
because
he probably got killed. He got killed because he was telling the truth.
He contradicted the Bible, and that's why he was killed.
Well, he can contradict. I mean, it's really, he wasn't contradicting it, because there's different levels of how to read the Bible, and that's why a lot of the secret societies have it, have protected it in so many different ways, to where like you can't even get all of the books. So I mean, he may have gotten killed for that, but he got killed for being real, for being honest. Because most people don't know how to decode the Bible. So, I mean, it is, and everybody, look, you can take it how you want, but I mean, it's a book for you to learn from, but on different levels. I mean,
you got to remember
the same way,
though.
if you're an adult still learning the same way that a child is learning it through those stories, then you haven't really seen much growth.
Less than 200 years ago, we were still imprisoning and convicting and hurting people because their views or their science contradicted the Bible.
But it's time to grow, right?
It was time. I'll tell you the truth.
It's still happening today.
As much as I thought the bad idea, if the Muslim Empire had managed to keep Europe, we would have been to the moon 100 years before we did.
Well, they have been already.
The science of that empire did not have to worry about the restrictions of the Bible and God. It was God gave us this science to learn about the world. He wants us to be more like him. He created us in his image, but we have to learn how to be him.
Yeah. Well, I
And
say the current.
we're
The
going
current.
backwards right now.
Am I
Yeah.
off on that about Muslim faith? That's kind
Well,
of their
Islam. Yeah,
direction, right?
Islam actually, I think,
To
allows.
become more like God is our goal.
Well, I mean,
Right.
honestly, that's really what whether it's Christianity, because really
That's all
Christianity
the
and Islam.
Abrahamic religions.
Yeah,
Right.
it's really not any difference other
We
than the
all
way
worship the
that
same
the
God.
ritual.
Why the hell are we arguing over it?
Yeah.
Well, see, but that's the thing. I mean, the rituals is what's made
Because those
these things
freaky Christian
difficult.
revelation shit. That's why.
Well,
I love
it's more than that.
Revelations.
It's more than that. But
Dude, so much of my shit I base off of writing
That's
off of
my
that.
favorite book of the Bible. I can read that over and over and over again. I love
well,
it.
you got a problem with the with the New Testament anyway, so I don't know.
Well,
Other
you know,
than Revelations.
what is it? It's Ragnarok. It's Gotterdammerung. It's End of Times. Almost every single religion
But,
has an Armageddon.
but see, but that's the thing, because our Earth
Except
is
Buddhists and Hindus, which
our
everything goes
universe.
on or everything becomes new.
Our universe goes in cycles. I mean, the
Right.
whole term of nothing new under the sun is because, like,
Well,
we're
see,
gonna repeat all these
that
cycles, and because we live such a short period of time, we don't see them
see
all as they
that
come. But when you write a Bible that has predictions or prophecies of things that are to come, it's because they're gonna come, they're gonna go, and they're gonna come again, and
that's
like
because
it's.
history repeats itself because we're fucking stupid.
No. It's gonna repeat itself because that's just the way it's set up. I mean, we're talking about a planet. If we're talking about just Earth, I mean, that goes back many millions of years. I mean, maybe even zillions of years. Like
I,
this.
I think y'all talking about two different things, because I agree with both of y'all.
Well,
Pat is talking about the cycles of the universe, and
Yes.
Doc is talking about humans and how we freaking
Our part of
but
history,
but
our
but no
part
but
of the cycle of the
but
universe.
the humans, the humans can't see. The reason why I'm still focused the way I am, because I agree with what he's saying as well, is just that we live such short periods of time. Even when supposedly we were living 1,000 years, that's still just a blink of an eye in the time that this planet is, because the cycles are like 25,000 years, or like
Okay.
as many thousands of years that that these cycles happen.
what Doc
Like
is
what
talking
we're going
about.
through,
Here's where I say
people are not stupid. They
Yeshua
just don't know
went
what
to
to
the
expect.
east
They don't
because
know history.
that is a very Eastern philosophy, what you're talking about. The recycling, the rebuilding. So Yeshua went over the desert, came back during his temptations, and started all of a sudden talking about how being born again, going to heaven, a second life, another life. That is a very Eastern kind of idea. And that follows around. Everything cycles. The universe is not a long line, it's a revolution.
Right.
It doesn't just keep rolling, but it comes back on itself again and again.
Again and again. Yeah, but the part what Doc was talking about was the humans not learning from history and freaking making the same damn mistakes again and again.
Yes, that was the joke I was working.
But but the whole thing with religion, the reason why like the control is so that these like the way we're getting manipulated is not a new thing. Like, this is something that people of power have been doing for
No,
thousands,
every
not
single
millions of years
society in history has a religion.
And
even ones that were isolated until the 20s and 30s, the 1920s and 1930s, they had a religion. They had superstitions. They had belief systems.
And I can back this up with the anthropology stuff that I study, because as far back as they can go, they keep finding stuff for the earliest humans where they had some kind of like what we would call religion. Yeah.
And
Well,
strangely, there are a lot of
because I mean,
similarities.
you can call it religion, but it's a belief system or even a knowing system, because I mean everything that they're tracking through the stars, them being able to track all these different things that's, going on or come to be, or that has happened already, and they're tracking it around again. All of these things is a belief.
It's like we want to find an explanation for things that we don't have an explanation for, and a lot of times it's good for us, because if we if we use it in the right way, because the guy who doesn't do the thing that gets him killed is the guy who gets to pass his genes on. You know what I'm saying? And now maybe his explanation for what caused it may be off or whatever, but knowing that there's something outside of your understanding that causes certain things to happen, and you need to behave in a certain way to keep from that result happening is a reason to follow it, so that you can continue, so your genes can continue, so life can go on. That's the whole thing. Like Doc was saying about the electric, go out there and go ahead and get struck by lightning, or listen to me and tell me that you could say the explanation is the God is angry or whatever. There's a God of the clouds or something that's sending bolts to you or whatever the hell. But the reality is, you go out there, the damn lightning strikes you, and you're dead. You know what I'm saying? So that's the point of it.
I mean, the evil that lurks in the dark of the night. You go out there, you get munched by a saber tooth. Well, you're cat food.
So, like, regardless of let's move on to this before we're gonna wrap on.
You can look for. We'll just real quick. Look at the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments brought by Moses for a tribe that was going to wander 60 years in the desert. Is that not a great set of rules to stop a small tribe of people from killing each other?
Yeah, and that was the point of it, and the
not
stuff.
Necessarily everything for all the world, but definitely for a small group of 60 to 100 families.
But it works for the world too, I think. I really do.
And then you also talk about things that you have. Okay, that's 10 Commandments. That's the basic thing. That's like our Bill of Rights, which I do want to point out. The first is free speech, and the second is you can have free speech, but you should get a gun. Just point that out. But and then you start going. You cannot chew the animals, like the pig. Chew the cud on the ground, all that. These are all animals that are high rates of parasitical infestation, or they rot quickly.
Right.
So is that a God's commandment, or is that part of the control manipulation of the shamans, the prophets, to go this way? We're not dying.
Yeah,
it's God's will.
Like having like making babies with your siblings and stuff like that. So
yes, we don't need flipper babies. We need people that can actually carry stuff.
And so, but I have to say this though, when we talk about the 10 Commandments, then it's like the 42 laws of Ma'at or whatever. Again, going back to the Egyptians.
That's what I'm not. I've read them, but it's been a long time, so I can't talk about them so much.
Well, they are the 10 Commandments are pulled straight out of that. You go back and look at them, and you can see them correlate like exactly. So, anyways,
and the funny thing, I actually know how to spell Ma'at, and it's not the normal way. So,
Ma'at,
M-A''AT.
Yeah, Ma'at. And we say Ma'at.
Yeah, like I said, I've been okay. I'm gonna let you know, man. You're in college right now. I was there 20 years ago. I had done a lot of this research because of my gaming in D&D. And that's why sometimes I seem to be a little bit ahead of you on some things. And that's why sometimes I lose some patience. It's like, God, man, I've been through this already. Crap.
Yeah.
And it's never meant to offend.
And I lose patience too. I ain't gonna lie.
You have to get there yourself. I can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to see.
So, and I'm still on my journey, my perspectives change every day. I'm exposed to new information all the time.
Get
Let's
the
go into. Did you
degree.
watch the Putin?
I was not able to. That's the one thing. Every time I sat down to try to watch it, I got some
Come on.
notes on some things, but I haven't actually watched it.
Yeah, so
That should probably almost be its
at
own
a-
show.
I'm telling you, because that's what I'm about to say is I don't know where to start on this because it's so good, the whole thing, but it's 42 minutes and I can't play the whole thing. So, and then there's another video I really want to cover that's long, and I'm definitely gonna cover tomorrow, the one with Immortal Technique. Did you watch that one?
No.
I want to cover that. They said so much good stuff in there, and I'm gonna save that one for tomorrow. But I do want to. I kept mentioning this one tonight, so I want to mention this one and cover this before we go, or at least some parts of it. My problem is I don't know where, because when he talks about the children, I kind of want to get that.
Yeah.
I think that's up in here.
Man, he is good. He's got good speech writers and all of that. But man, I have been paying attention to this since 2014. Seriously. And I am not on board. And I'm just going to leave my side on that. I am not on board. I understand his Cassius Belli, and I understand he created that Cassius Belli by himself. And it's the same thing that America's been doing, that you've been ragging on him about, and he did the exact same thing.
They pop, and he is a politician, but you can hear the truth in the stuff, and I think the real reason why I want to cover this is because in the United States, in the American media, the Western media, they always just do clips and do like the Kremlin, and they like, he said this or whatever, and then nobody knows what the hell. So, but in this, you can hear exactly what he's saying, so then you could take it for what it is, and go with it, run with it, go against it, or whatever. But it's
I've read his
really
writings,
informative.
and I've read his writings and his theses as well. I mean, I actually am familiar with him, more so than you realize. It's one of those. It's one of those know thy enemy things with me. And the more I learned about him and what he's thinking, the more scared I am of him. I'm terrified of this man.
Well, I think there's a reason for that.
No, I'm terrified of the corner that he's being backed into, and I know what he's capable of.
I'm telling you, that's part of the reason why I want to cover this. It's like we need to be looking at this. We need to be hearing what this guy is saying. It's really important for the globe. Let me. I'm trying to find the spot. Let me see.
Oh, I've also on purpose stayed away from news things covering this, by the way. I don't want to see what they have to say about it until I watch it myself. I've been staying away from coverage on this speech.
That's what I'm saying. That's
from both sides. Literally, I've been staying away.
That's what I'm saying.
Until I have the chance to watch this myself.
I didn't watch none of them. I watched this only.
I'm still doing that because, like
speech.
I say, I want to be fair to the conversation, and the only way to do that is to hear his words first.
Let me see. There's so much good stuff in here. Hold on.
And it led to the March of 2000 constitutional.
You should have your list. You should have your list of stuff timestamped on a notepad.
I didn't have time. I worked so much this fucking week. And I did want to do
Yeah.
that. I swear to God, I told myself
when
to
you
do a
watched it,
timestamp for this.
but when you watched it yourself the first time, you could have sat there and gone, "Ooh, I like that," and checked your time.
I was driving. I was on my way to school and walking around this campus when I was listening to this. So there was no
Okay.
way for me to take the timestamps
Well, see,
down.
I actually sit and watch it most of the time because I also need to see the reactions from the crowd and the people in it.
Yeah,
Because
I
some of
just
these
listen.
people, when he's saying some of that shit, you look like they're like, "Oh, I'd say something if I knew they wouldn't shoot me in the head tomorrow."
There is
Oh, you forget this is Russia. They Hillary people all the time.
invited to in its own.
Let's just start at the beginning. I'm gonna skip through it, and it'll probably my brain will probably click on the parts that I really wanted to cover, and I'll probably just cover some more of this tomorrow because we're not gonna be able to. So what
I
I'll
was
do
gonna
is I'll
say,
play it
with you,
and then
with
just
you and
jump
me
in when you want to.
here, I would say wait on this particular topic until we got Pat and or Deuce, till there's more than just you and me.
I really wanted Deuce Pat to be here. I don't know what happened. Maybe he'll jump back in. But Pat watched this. We talked on the phone about it. He said he watched
Well,
it twice.
I've been trying to get Curtis in. I sent him a link through the messenger because I didn't. Well, actually, I put it on my.
He's been
Facebook,
watching.
so. Okay, cool.
Yeah, he's been watching. He just didn't jump in. He might still be in here.
Well, he does have a link, so.
I just because I mentioned it so many times, I have to cover it.
If you're watching this, check out Christopher Doc Paul page. Check out Chaka Perkin page. Click the links. Come and join us.
Yes, please.
I mean, if you click mine, I've got a direct link. Come on in, talk to us. If you don't like what we're saying, or if you have a take that we don't get, come on, man. We want your help. We want this conversation to happen. Sorry,
I'm telling you, because it's needed.
That's my soapbox, my friend.
No, I'll use that. Yeah, I'll use that later probably. But yeah, I really do want to cover some of this. So, and I know you have rebuttals on this. So as it plays, just jump in there and I'll pause it and make your comments.
Until I watch it all on my own and can digest it a little bit.
Well, you could do preliminary comments just so that we won't be just playing the video. Because I mean, I got comments, but it's a certain part I really wanted to talk about because the Christians here in the United States would agree with a lot of this stuff that he's talking about. The right would agree with a lot of this, but they ain't gonna never hear it.
Let's see
in our media.
Let me see if I can. Like I say, I'm not really prepared so much. I don't have a whole lot of thoughts or ideas on it so far, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, so let's just give me your preliminary, because even when I do the videos, the ones that I got the best clicks on was when I watched videos. When I watched videos that I had never seen before, and I just did my immediate reactions to them, those videos got the best clicks.
There's a little bit of preliminary ideas I don't have so far.
So wait, here, let me play it, and just like he says something that you want to comment on, just say something and I'll pause it.
To Vladimir Putin there from Moscow.
Добрый день.
Good morning.
Уважаемые
Ladies and gentlemen, senators, members of parliament, members of the citizens, my address.
Yeah, this is choppy as hell.
Speaking to you at a time which is important, complex, and very decisive for our country and the whole world.
What? Because of it's breaking up, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm not getting clear. Well, it could even be mine.
My Wi-Fi looks good. It looks
But
good.
the speech where she's translating, I can't understand her.
Yeah.
Because it's too choppy.
It makes it hard. That part makes it hard, but I like it better when it's like that because you never know with these damn translators and so forth and so on. But when you listen to it like this, you can hear what he's saying, and even if you don't understand Russian, a lot of the stuff you can tell is actually what he said related to
I'm about
names.
as fluent in Russian as I am in Spanish.
Really?
Yeah.
So, well,
I can
understand.
I can pick out words at about a 2 to 4 year old level.
Well, it is hard to listen to him and the translator at the same time. So this is the best way to do this.
Events which are going to define future of us is in colossal realm of responsibility.
I can't understand
Country
her.
and the safety of our citizens in some of the Ukraine 2014.
Can you check your captions and see if it'll put them up for her?
Then, the occupation of those regions.
Yeah, it won't let me. There's no captions. It's not
Unavailable,
doing the
yeah.
captions on this.
Is there another
So
version
they got
of
them
it
turned
somewhere with a translation?
There might be another version.
Yeah, I can't
but this is the best
understand
video that I
anything.
found.
I don't understand enough Russian, and it's so choppy, I can't hear anything she's saying.
Let me see if I can do the transcript.
By the way, just to let you know, February 22nd, 1917, this is a very important day for Russia. It was the revolution of 1917. And that's why they're doing it on that day. That's kind of, if I'm not mistaken, very similar to their Independence Day. I mean, I may not be 100% right on that, but it's one of the things I looked up as to, you know, why is he making that speech today? Or it came up when I said Russian State of the Union is when I tried to look at it. And then that information came up as to why it was that day and all that.
The fuck? I'm looking for the damn transcript. They don't even have the transcript here. I always have transcripts.
Not always.
Well, apparently not,
Remember,
because I don't see.
You're on a French broadcast page. You're not on one of the ones that normally like to get to.
Yeah, because they ain't gonna play this in no freaking. I couldn't find this nowhere else. This was the best one I found. I don't see a transcript button. I don't see a transcript button. It is hard to understand. But it's if you focus, you can get it. Like, and she's pausing a lot because she's doing a live translation. So that's not easy. And then she has a strong accent also. So
say, good afternoon, members of Federation Assembly, senators, State Duma deputies, citizens of Russia. This presidential address comes, as we all know, at a difficult watershed period of our country. It is a time of radical, irreversible change in the entire world, of crucial historical events that will determine the future of our country and our people. A time when every one of us bears a colossal responsibility. I'm going to stop doing the accent. It's too hard. 1 year ago, to protect the people in our historical
what, you have
land,
the transcript?
To ensure, yes.
for that.
I'm sorry. You have the
Yes.
transcript? Damn.
Of
Go ahead,
course, I
read
am
it then.
reading it right there. 1 year ago, to protect the people in our historical lands, to ensure the security of our own country, and to eliminate the threat coming from the neo-Nazi regime that has taken hold in Ukraine after the 2014 coup, it was decided to begin the special military operation. Step by step, carefully and consistently, we will deal with these tasks we have at hand. And someone's going to accuse me of being horrible a person if I keep reading it like that. So,
Go ahead.
since
Just read it.
2014, Donbass has been fighting for the right to live in their land and to speak their native tongue. It fought and never gave up amid the blockade, constant shelling of the Kiev regime's overt hatred. It's hoped and waited that Russia would come to help. In the meantime, as you know well, we are doing everything in our power to solve this problem by peaceful means, and patiently conducted talks on the peaceful solution to this devastating conflict. Behind our backs, a very different plan was being hatched. As we can see now, the promises of Western leaders, their assurances that they were striving for peace in Donbass, turned out to be a sham and outright lies. They were simply marking time, engaged in political chicanery, turning a blind eye to the Kiev regime's political assassinations and reprisals against the undesirable people. Their mistreatment of believers. They increasingly incited the Ukrainian neo-Nazis to stage terrorist attacks in Donbass. The officers of nationalist battalions trained at Western academies and schools. Weapons were also supplied. I would like to emphasize that prior to special military operation, Kiev held negotiations with the West about the delivery of air defense systems, warplanes, and other heavy equipment to Ukraine. We also recall the Kiev regime's vain attempts to obtain nuclear weapons. They discussed this issue publicly. The United States and NATO quickly deployed their army bases and secret biological laboratories near the Russian borders. They mastered the future theater of war during war games, and they prepared the Kiev regime, which they controlled, and the Ukraine, which they had enslaved for large-scale war. Now they admit this publicly and openly, and they feel no shame about it. They seem to be proud and even to be reveling in their own perfidy. Ooh, this guy has good words. When calling the Minsk agreements in Normandy format a diplomatic show and bluff. It turns out that at this time, when Donbass was ablaze, while blood was being spilled, and while Russia sincerely made every effort to achieve a peaceful solution, I want to emphasize the word sincerely, they gambled on people's lives, and in effort were playing with marked cards, as they say in certain circles. This appalling method of deception has been tried and tested many times before. They behaved just as shamelessly and duplicitously when destroying Yugoslavia, Iraq, Libya, and Syria. They will never be able to wash off this shame. The concepts of honor, trust, and decency are not for them. Over the long centuries of colonialism, dictate, and homogeny, they used to bring allowed everything. They got used to spitting on the whole world. It turned out that at last they treat people living in their own countries with the same disdain, like a master. After all, they cynically deceive them too, trick them with tall stories about the search for peace, about the adherence to the UN Security Council resolutions in Donbass. Indeed, Western elites have become a symbol of total unprincipled lies. We firmly defend our interests as well as our belief that in today's world there should be no division into so-called civilized countries and all the rest, that there is no need for an honest partnership that rejects any exclusivity, and especially an aggressive one. We were open and sincerely ready for a constructive dialogue with the West. We said and insisted that both Europe and the whole world needed an indivisible security system equal for all countries. And for many years, we suggested that our partners discuss this idea together and work on its implementation. But in response, we received either an indistinct or hypocritical reaction. as far as words were concerned. But these were also actions. NATO's expansion to our borders, the creation of new deployment areas for missile defense in Europe and Asia. They decided to take cover from us under an umbrella. Deployment, an umbrella deployment of military contingents and not just near Russian borders. Let me get a drink here. I would like to stress, in fact, that this is well known.
Yeah, he's going to go on to say that.
Go ahead. I'll skip down.
I was just going to say he's going to go on to say that, No, go ahead. Keep reading. I love this. This is great. This is great.
Okay. I would like to stress, in fact, that this is well known, that no other country has so many military bases abroad as the U.S., that there are hundreds of them. I want to emphasize this. Hundreds of bases all over the world. The planet is covered with them, and one look at the map is enough to see this. And I'm starting to get into this speech now. I'm kind of like feeling it. Say, the whole world witnessed how they withdrew from fundamental agreements on weapons, including the Treaty on Intermediate and Shorter Range Missiles, unilaterally tearing up the fundamental agreements that maintain world peace. For some reason, they did it. They do not do anything without a reason, as we know. Finally, in December 2021, we officially submitted draft agreements on security guarantees to the USA and NATO. In essence, all key fundamental points were rejected. After that, it finally became clear that the go-ahead for the implementation of aggressive plans had been given and they were not going to stop. So I haven't seen this before, so I'm a little choppy.
Sounds great.
The threat was growing by day. Judging by information received, there was no doubt that everything would be in place by February 2022 for launching yet another bloody punitive operation in Donbass. Let me remind you that back in 2014, the Kiev regime had sent its artillery, tanks, and warplanes to fight in Donbass. We all remember the aerial footage of airstrikes targeting Donetsk. Other cities also suffered from airstrikes. In 2015, they tried to mount a frontal assault against Donbass again, while keeping the blockade in place and continuing to shell and terrorize civilians. Let me remind you that all of this was completely at odds with the documents and resolutions adopted by the UN Security Council, but everyone pretended that nothing was happening. Let me reiterate, they were the ones that started this war, while we used force and are using it to stop the war. Those who plotted a new attack against Donetsk in the Donbas region and against Lugansk understand that Crimea and Sevastopol will be the next targets. We realize this as well. Even today, Kiev is openly discussing far-reaching plans of this kind. They've exposed themselves by making public what we already knew, or what we knew already. We are defending human lives and our common home, while the West seeks unlimited power. It has already spent over $150 billion on helping and arming the Kiev regime. To give you an idea, according to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the G7 countries earmarked about $60 billion in 2020 to 2021 to help its world's poorest countries. Is that clear? They spent $150 billion on the war while giving $60 billion to the poorest countries, despite pretending to care about them all the time, and also conditioning this support on obedience on behalf. Also conditioning this support on obedience on behalf of the beneficiary countries, which is him saying that they can't do anything to help Russia or do anything against Kiev, or they don't get the money. Excuse me. Back to it. What about all this talk of fighting poverty, sustainable development, and protection of the environment? Where did it all go? Has it all vanished? Meanwhile, they're channeling even more money into the war effort, They eagerly invest in sowing unrest and encouraging governmental coups in other countries around the world. The recent Munich conference turned into an endless stream of accusations against Russia. Once one gets the impression that this was done so everyone forget what the so-called West has been doing over the past decades. They were the ones who let the genie out of the bottle, plunging entire regions into chaos. According to U.S. experts, almost 900,000 people were killed during wars unleashed by the United States after 2001, and over 38 million became refugees. Sorry. Please note, we did not invent these statistics. It's the Americans who are providing them. They're now simply trying to erase all of this from the memory of humankind, and they're pretending that none of this ever happened. However, no one in the world has forgotten this or will ever forget it. None of them cares about human casualties and tragedies because many trillions of dollars are at stake, of course. They can also continue to rob everyone under the guise of democracy and freedoms, to impose neoliberal and essentially totalitarian values, to brand entire countries and nations, to publicly insult their leaders, to suppress dissent in their own countries and divert attention from corruption scandals created by creating an enemy image. We continue to see this on television, which highlights greater domestic economic, social, and interethnic problems, contradictions, and disagreements. I would like to recall that in the 1930s, the West had virtually paved the way to power for the Nazis in Germany. In our time, they started turning Ukraine into an anti-Russia. Actually, this project is not new. People who are knowledgeable about history, at least to some extent, realize this project dates back to the 19th century. The Austro-Hungarian Empire in Poland had conceived it for one purpose, that is, to deprive Russia of these historical territories that are now called Ukraine. This is their goal. There is nothing new here. They are repeating everything. The West expedited the implementation of the project today by supporting the 2014 coup. That was a bloody, anti-state, and unconstitutional coup. They pretended that nothing happened, and this is how things should be. They even said how much money they had spent on it. Russophobia and extremely aggressive nationalism formed its ideological foundation. Quite recently, a brigade of armed forces of Ukraine was named Idlewis after a Nazi division whose personnel were involved in deporting Jews, executing prisoners of war, and conducting punitive operations against the partisans in Yugoslavia, Italy, Czechoslovakia, and Greece. We are ashamed to talk about this, but they're not. Personnel serving with the armed forces of Ukraine and the Ukrainian National Guard are particularly fond of chevrons formerly worn by soldiers from Das Reich, Totenkopf, Death's Head, and Galicia divisions and other SS units. Their hands are also stained with blood. Ukrainian armored vehicles feature insignias of Nazi German Wehrmacht. Neo-Nazis are open about whose heirs they consider themselves to be. Surprisingly, none of the powers that be in the West are seeing it. Why? Because they, pardon my language, could not care less about it. They don't care who they are betting on their fight against us, against Russia. In fact, anyone will do as long as they fight against us and our country. Indeed, we saw terrorists and neo-Nazis in their ranks. They will let all kinds of ghouls join their ranks, for God's sake, as long as they act on the will as a weapon against Russia. In fact, the anti-Russia project is part of the revisionist policy that our country to create flashpoints of instability and conflicts next to our borders. Back then in the 1930s, and now the design remains the same, and it is direct aggression to the East to spark a war in Europe and to eliminate competitors by using a proxy force. We are not at war with the people of the Ukraine. I've made that clear many times. The people of Ukraine have become hostages of the Kiev regime and its Western handlers, who have, in fact, occupied that country in the political, military, and economic sense and have been destroying Ukrainian history for decades, now as they plundered its natural resources. This led to social degradation and to immeasurable increase in poverty and inequality. Recruiting resources for military operations in these circumstances was easy. No one was thinking about the people who were conditioned for slaughter and eventually became expendables. It is sad and dreadful thing to say, but it is fact. Responsibility for inciting and escalating the Ukraine conflict as well as the sheer number of casualties, lies entirely with the Western elites, and of course today's Kiev regime, which the Ukrainian people are in fact not its own people. The current Ukrainian regime is serving not national interests, but the interests of third countries. The West is using the Ukraine as a battering ram against Russia and as a testing range. I am not going to discuss in detail the West attempts to turn the war around or their plans to ramp up military supplies, since everyone is well aware of that. However, there is one circumstance that everyone should be clear about. The longer the range of the Western systems that will be supplied to Ukraine, the further we will have to move the threat away from our borders. This is obvious. Ooh, he's talking about going further.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The Western elite make no secret of their goal, which is, I quote, Russia's strategic defeat. What does that mean to us? That means they plan to finish us off once and for all. In other words, they plan to grow a local conflict into global confrontation. This is how we understand it, and we will respond accordingly, because this represents an existential threat to our country.
Mm.
I told you this dude freaking scares me.
Mm.
However, they too realize it's impossible to defeat Russia on the battlefield and are conducting increasingly aggressive information attacks against us, targeting primarily the younger generation. They never stop lying and distorting historical facts as they attack our culture, the Russian Orthodox Church, and other traditional religious organizations in our country. Look at what they're doing to their own people. It's all about the destruction of family, of the cultural and national identity, perversion and abuse of the children, including pedophilia, all of which are declared normal in their life. They're forcing priests to bless same-sex marriages. Bless their hearts, let them do as they please. Here's what I would like to say in this regard. Adult people can do as they please. We in Russia have always seen it that way and always will. No one is going to intrude into other people's private lives, and we're not going to do it either. Sorry. But here's what I would like to tell them. Look at the Holy Scripture and the main books of other world religions. They say it all, including that family is the union of man and a woman. But these are sacred texts are now being questioned. Reportedly, the Anglican Church is planning to explore the idea of a gender-neutral God. What is there to say? Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they do. Millions of the people in the West realize that they're being led to spiritual disaster. Frankly, the elite appear to have gone crazy, and it looks like there's no cure for that. But like I said, these are their problems. We must protect our children, which we do. We will protect our children from degradation and degeneration. Clearly, the West will try to undermine and divide our society, and to bet on the fifth columnists who throughout history, and I want to emphasize this, have been using the same poison or contempt for their own fatherland and desire to make money by selling this poison to anyone who is willing to pay it. It has always been this way. Ooh, I need to slow down for a second, take a drink.
Yeah, man. And that part right there was one of the parts that I wanted to highlight too, where he was talking
Oh yeah,
about the pedophilia and
I know that's where you wanted me to slow down.
yeah, so like talking about how like, because I know that the right here in the United
You're
States
right, man. This is good.
the right would really agree with a lot of that what he's saying, because he's saying the exact same thing that the right is saying here in the United States, protecting the children and all the pedophilia and um, the degradation of the spiritual beliefs of the nation.
Damn, who thought a year ago that I would be actually reading Putin's speech?
Man, this is awesome. Go ahead and wrap it. I don't think there's much left. He's gonna start talking about the soldiers. He's gonna say, I wanna. There's so many people that I want to thank and all of that. That part is pretty good too. So, go ahead.
All right, let me move some of this up. Set aside. Live with it. The main point is that as our people. All right. Protect our children from degradation, denigration. Clearly, the West will try to undermine and divide our society, and to bet on the fifth columnist who, throughout history, blah, 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 next paragraph. Those who have embarked on the road of outright betrayal, committing terrorist and other crimes against the security of our society and the country's territorial integrity will be held accountable for this under law. But we will never behave like the Kiev regime and the Western elite, which has been and still are involved in witch hunts. We will not settle scores with those who take a step aside and turn their back on the motherland. Let this be on their conscience. Let them live with this. They will have to live with this. The main point is that our people, the citizens of Russia, have given them a moral assessment. I am proud, and I think that we are all proud of our multi-ethnic nation, the absolute majority of our citizens, and have taken a principled stance on the special military operation. They understand the basic idea of what we are doing and support our actions on the defense of Donbass. This support primarily revealed their true patriotism and a feeling that is historically inherent in our nation. It is stunning in its dignity and deep understanding by everyone, I will stress everyone, of the inseparable link between one's own destiny and the destiny of the fatherland. I'm uncomfortable when he says that. That just goes back. I've got German in my heritage. That fatherland is just a bad word to me. Anyway, my dear friends, I would like to thank everyone, all the people of Russia, for their courage and resolve. I would like to thank our heroes, soldiers and officers in the Army and the Navy and the Russian Guards, the Secret Services staff and all structures of authority, the fighters in Donetsk, Lugansk Corps, volunteers and patriots who are now fighting in the ranks of the BARS, Combat Army Reserve. Sorry if I butchered any of those names. I would like to apologize and that I will not be able to mention everyone during today's speech. When I was drafting this speech, I wrote a very long list of these heroic units, but then removed it from my text because, as I said, it's impossible to mention everyone. And I was afraid to offend anyone I might leave out. The deepest gratitude to the parents, wives, and families of our defenders, the doctors, the paramedics, combat medics, and the medical nurses who are saving the wounded, to the railway workers and drivers that are supplying the front, to the builders that are erecting fortifications and restoring housing, roads, and civilian facilities, to the workers and engineers at the defense companies who are now working almost around the clock in several shifts, and to rural workers who reliably ensure food security for the country. I am grateful to teachers who sincerely care for the young generations of Russia, especially those that are working in a very difficult, almost frontline conditions. the cultural figures that are visiting the zone of hostilities and hospitals to support the soldiers and officers, volunteers that are helping the front and civilians, journalists, primarily war correspondents, that are risking their lives to tell the truth to the world, pastors of Russia's traditional religions and military clergy whose wise words support and inspire people, government officials and business people, to all those who fulfill their professional, civil, and simply human duty. My special words go to the residents of Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics and the Zaporizhzhia and Kherson regions. You, my friends, determined your future at the referendums, and you made a clear choice despite the neo-Nazi threats and violence amid the close military actions. But there has been nothing stronger than your intent with Russia, with your motherland. Applause. Yay. I want to emphasize that this is the reaction of the audience to the residents of the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics and the Zaporozhye and Kherson regions. Once again, our deepest respects for them all. We've already begun and will expand major socio-economic recovery and development program for these new regions within the Federation. It includes, within the Russian Federation. You're there now. It includes restoring production facilities, jobs, and the ports of the Sea of Azov, which again became Russia's landlocked sea. Building new, modern roads like we did in Crimea, which is now has a reliable land transport corridor with all of Russia. We will definitely implement all of these plans together. Russia's regions are currently providing direct assistance to the citizens, districts, and villages in the Donetsk, Lugansk People Republic, and the Zaporizhzhia and Kherson. They're doing it sincerely, not meaning to insult any of you people. If you're hearing that, I can't chew it right now. I'm sorry. They're doing it sincerely, like true brothers and sisters. We are together again, which means that we have become stronger, and that we will do everything in our power to bring back the long-awaited peace to our land and ensure the safety of our people. Our soldiers, our heroes fighting for this, for their ancestors, for the future of their children and grandchildren, for uniting our people. Friends, I would like to ask you to pay your respects to your fellow soldiers who were killed in the attacks of the neo-Nazis and raiders, who gave up their lives for Russia, for civilians, the elderly, women, and children. The elderly, women, and children. A minute of silence. Thank you. We all understand, and I understand, how unbearably hard it is for their wives, sons, and daughters, for their parents who raised those dignified defenders of the fatherland, like the young guard members from Krasnodon, young men and women who fought against Nazism, and for Donbass during the Great Patriotic War. Everyone in Russia remembers their courage, resilience, enormous strength of spirit, and self-sacrifice to this day. Our duty is to support the families that have lost their loved ones and to help them raise their children and give them an education and a job. The family of each participant in this special military operation must be a priority and treated with care and respect. Their needs must be responded to immediately without bureaucratic delays. Nice. Veterans and the families of the veterans fighting in this war need to be taken care of. I love that. I suggest establishing a dedicated state fund for bringing targeted, personalized assistance to the families of fallen fighters, as well as veterans of the special military operation. This entity will be tasked with coordinating efforts to offer social, medical support, and counseling, and also to address matters related to sending them to health resorts and providing rehabilitation services, while also assisting them in education, sports, employment, and in acquiring a new profession. These funds will also have an essential mission to ensure long-term home care and high-technology prosthetics for those that need it. I am asking the government to work with the State Council Commission on Social Policy and within regions to resolve an organizational matter as quickly as possible. The state fund must be transparent in its work while streamlining assistance and operating as a one-stop shop, free from red tape or administrative barriers. Every family, without exception, and every veteran will have their personal social worker, a coordinator, who will be there for them in person to resolve any real-time issues that they may face. Let me emphasize that the funds must open its office in all regions of the Russian Federation in 2023. Nice. He just basically built the VA or authorized the VA. We already have measures in place for supporting great patriotic war veterans, combat veterans, as well as participants in local conflicts. I believe these essential elements will be added to the state fund's mission moving forward. We need to explore this possibility, and I'm asking the government to do so. Make no mistake, the fact that we are establishing a state fund does not mean other institutions or officials at other levels of government will be relieved of their responsibility. I expect all federal agencies, regions, and municipalities to stay focused on veterans, on service personnel, and their families. In this context, I would like to thank senior regional officials, mayors, and governors who routinely meet with the people, including by visiting the line of contact and support their fellow countrymen. On a special note, let me say that today, career service personnel, mobilized conscripts, volunteers, all share frontline hardships, including the terms of provision, supplies and equipment, remuneration, and insurance payments to the wounded, as well as healthcare services. However, there are complaints that make it all the way to my office, as well as to the governors, as they have been telling me, and to the military prosecutor's office, and to the Human Rights Commissioner, showing some of these issues have yet to be resolved. We need to get to the bottom of each complaint on a case-by-case basis. And one more thing. Everyone understands that serving in the Special Military Operations Zone causes immense physical and mental stress, since people risk their lives and health every day. For this reason, I believe the mobilized conscripts, as well as all service personnel and all those taking part in the special military operation, including volunteers, must benefit from a leave of absence of at least 14 days every 6 months, without counting the time it takes them to travel to their destination. This way, every fighter will be able to meet with family and spend time with their loved ones. 2 weeks out of every 6 months back home. Nice. Colleagues, as you are aware, a 2021 to 2025 plan for building and developing the armed forces was approved by a presidential executive order and is being implemented and adjusted as necessary. Importantly, our next steps to reinforce the Army and the Navy and to secure the current and future development of the armed forces must be based on actual combat experience gained during the special military operation, which is extremely important, and I would say absolutely invaluable to us. For example, the latest systems account for over 91.3% of Russia's nuclear deterrence forces. To reiterate, based on our newly acquired experience, we must access a similarly high quality level for all other components of the armed forces. Basically, all the people that's been in the scrap, he wants to train all the new people coming in. Officers and sergeants who act as competent, modern, and decisive commanders, and there are many, will be promoted to higher positions as a matter of priority, sent to military universities and academies, and will serve as a powerful personal reserve for the armed forces. Without a doubt, they are valuable resources in civilian life and at government and at all levels. I just want our colleagues to pay attention to that. It's very important. The people must know that the motherland appreciates their contribution to the defense of the fatherland.
He's about to wrap it. I think he's finna talk about his capabilities. He's gonna be like, yeah, y'all know we got some state-of-the-art stuff. I think that's what he's about to say. Go ahead. It's about to wrap.
Well, actually, I got about there's at least 4 more pages of this.
Oh, well, we don't have to finish it. But I think he's going to talk about the state of art equipment. He's like, our stuff is better than everybody's. Do you see any of that?
Yeah, we'll widely introduce the latest technology to ensure high quality standards in the Army and Navy. We have corresponding pilot. Oh, well, this is actually the next paragraph. We have corresponding pilot projects and samples of weapon and equipment in each area. Many of them are significantly superior to their foreign counterparts. Our goal is to start mass production. The work is underway and is picking up pace. Importantly, this relies on domestic research and the industrial base and involves small and medium high-tech businesses and implementation of the State Defense Order. Today, our plants, design bureaus, and research teams employ experienced specialists and increasing numbers of talented and highly skilled young people who are oriented towards breakthrough achievements while remaining true to the tradition of Russian gunsmiths, which is to spare no effort to ensure victory. I hate things phrased like that. We will currently strengthen the guarantees of our workforce, in part concerning salaries and Social Security. I propose launching a special program for low-cost rental housing for the defense industry employees. The rental payments for them will be significantly lower than the going market rate, since a significant portion of it will be covered by the state. The government reviewed this issue. I instruct you to work through the details of this program and start building such rental housing without delay, primary in the cities that are major defense, industrial, and research centers. Colleagues, as I have already said, the West has opened not only a military and informational warfare against us, but is also seeking to fight us on the economic front. However, they have not succeeded on any of these fronts and never will. Moreover, those who initiated sanctions are punishing themselves. They sent prices soaring in their own countries, destroyed jobs, forced companies to close, and caused an energy crisis, while telling their people that the Russians were to blame for all of this. We hear that. What means did they use against us in their efforts to attack us with sanctions? They tried disrupting economic ties with Russian companies and depriving the financial system of its communication channels to shutter our economy, isolate us from export markets, and thus undermine our revenues. They also stole our foreign exchange reserves to call a spade, tried to deprecate the ruble and drive inflation to destructive heights. Let me reiterate that the sanctions against Russia are merely a means, while the aim is declared by the Western leaders. To quote them, is to make us suffer. Make them suffer. What a humane attitude. They want to make our people suffer, which is designed to destabilize our society from within. Good. Oh, good rip. We deserve that. We deserve that gut punch. We really did.
And that's pretty good. I mean, that's pretty good. The parts that I really wanted to that jump out to me are they talked about the longer range missiles thing. And so he's like, y'all, if y'all gonna develop these longer range missiles, then we're gonna respond accordingly.
Yeah, we're gonna push farther in so we can reach you.
Yeah, so if you
what that paragraph said to me.
Yeah,
like, you want to build long range missiles? Well, that just means we're going to have to get closer to you,
and we're going to respond accordingly. So that should be alarming to anybody, that is concerned about the escalation of this situation and others being involved. And how keeps mentioning how
to let you know we're only about a third of the way through here.
Yeah, we can wrap it on this and come back to it. Keep that, whatever you have, that transcript, so we can. You're gonna be on tomorrow.
Yeah,
and we'll read some more of it tomorrow, because it's almost 3 a.m. now. So, and then the parts where he was talking about the United States and the money that we spend, that part was another part that jumps out to me. And he's like, y'all y'all spending all of this money, you know, but what about y'all's people? Like y'all's people are suffering, and
So I just sent you the link of the page I was on in case I left it, in case I lost it.
Okay, cool. So then I'll have it. It's on Facebook Messenger.
This somehow came out as the transcript came out as a pop out. I do not remember how I got it.
Okay, cool. So if I got it in the Messenger, then I could pull it back up.
You might can figure out how to do it. Yeah. I wish I could do a link to exactly where we are. Okay. Colleagues. Okay. The last big break I remember was colleagues. I can find it again after Glenn. I can find the spot again after we get through it a little bit.
Yeah, and I'll rewatch the video and figure out where we stopped.
I might go back a paragraph or two, but I'll be pretty darn close.
Yeah. So like, what parts of it that jumped out to you? Like, I like how he's taking care of his people, as far as, you know, the veterans and stuff, and the families of the veterans, you know, the families of the people.
Dude,
I really
man,
like that.
I wish. Well, you know, he did kind of learn that from what we were doing with our veterans. I mean, but yeah, it seems like he's developed a new depth and width to their system, which is going to not just focus on them, but the families and actual mental health better than we do ours.
Yes, I like that. That sounded great. The other parts was like, what did he say? Damn it, I'm losing it. It's so much, and I'm getting tired. But what did he say? The parts about the improvements. So you know what's happening as a result of this. It's really causing them to be stronger militarily as a result of this whole thing, because I'm sure that they wanted this to be wrapped up quickly, you know, and that's what I was saying in previous shows. But
look at the last 100 years. The losers of the war come out stronger than the winners.
So, and I think that they are growing and strong militarily. He was talking about their equipment and then the training. And so it's like the whole point of the West is to weaken Russia, but it's having the opposite effect. And the same thing with talking about the sanctions hurting the West more than hurting Russia. It's like,
take a look at the history of warfare. A country at war, their technology advances far faster than a country at peace. Historically.
Yeah. It happens every time. And so then they're militarily, they're becoming stronger. They're becoming more consolidated as a result of the sanctions. And
see, their technology is going to come up equal to ours. Then it's going to start another friggin' numbers game again.
It's going to arms race again, and then that's scary as hell.
And now China's involved.
So that's
if they decide to go to Taiwan, what you think's going to happen there? Who you think is going to be sending them money?
Yeah, and I could totally see Russia backing up Taiwan. And,
Russia, China having the whole freaking east coast of freaking Europe to run the entire control of the South China Sea, where 80% of the world's freaking shipping goes through.
Talking about a problem
we're pissing off the wrong people right now.
Right, and it's going to have economic. Even if it doesn't break out into like some kind of full war, it's going to still have economic repercussions for the West.
I was talking about all this stuff back when everyone was calling me a Trump lover for just mentioning it.
Yeah. So, and you know, and the other part that I wanted to highlight was where he was talking about protecting the children, you know, and I think that if our media would cover this kind of stuff better, I think a lot of the right, especially here in the United States, will be on board with all of that stuff that he was saying. The stuff about the pedophilia.
Unfortunately, as we all know, they're all bent over a barrel, greased up, holding their cheeks apart,
getting ran up in, and
they done let that money fucking pay. Excuse me, that money freaking pay for them.
Yeah. So then they're compromised, and so even their values that they stand on.
What that song back that came out 90s lap dance. If you haven't heard it, good, look it up. I'll send you a link to it. I mean, talking about the politicians up in that, hey, get your lap dance for free.
Yeah. It's crazy. So, and then talking about how the where he was talking about the Orthodox Christian Church and holding on to their values, and I don't remember you saying it, but the part where he said like the marriage is between a man and a woman, and it's like they're in the West they're attacking the household and breaking up the household, and you know, the structure of the home with, you know, with the mother and the father and the child, you know, and like I say, I think that the right here in the United States would grasp onto that and you know, really be, you know, supportive, I think, of those ideas, because that's the same things that they're saying over here. But in our media, they're not going to hear that from Putin. They're not going to hear that that's what, you know, some of the stuff that he's, you know, promoting or standing on or trying to protect, you know. That was one of the main parts of it that really I was thinking about. That's the reason why I wanted to cover it, because hopefully on my show I can get some people to hear what you know, what Putin is actually saying, instead of the damn pundits and the talking heads chopping it up and you know, repurposing it and twisting it around, you know.
You know, this guy, his speechwriters are as beautiful and as eloquent as Obama's were.
Yeah, this was a great speech. I was moved. I
believe him about as much as I do Obama's second term speech.
Well, there's definitely some truth in there. You know,
I'm about 30-70 on his side about some of the stuff, but you know, I have a lot of knowledge about Russia, Ukraine, Georgia, and stuff like that, personal interactions and knowledge that actually trumps a lot of this stuff going on. Not 45, but like ace and spades.
Well, just for a second, I mean, I don't want to go into a tangent on this, but what do you think about the parts where he was saying about the neo-Nazis controlling Ukraine? You know, I made a comment on Instagram or something, and I got a lot of backlash about it. And they were saying that it's Russian propaganda and that's his excuse for.
Part of it is, yes, but a lot of it's really a mixed bag here. And oh, there it is. The cat knocked it down. This is one of the things I knew that was going to come up. I have notes.
And the other part I wanted to touch on, I don't know if we made it to that part in the video or the speech, but where he was talking about how NATO is approaching the, you know, the border, you know, of Russia.
Yeah, they're squeezing him in. They really are squeezing him in. And Biden is an absolute frigging ignorant jackass. because after we said we were not going to invite Ukraine into NATO, Trump pulled us out of NATO because we were paying 75 to 80% of all the funding for it. And when we and again, feeding the military war complex, he pulled us out of that, and he said, you know what, we're not going to invite Ukraine in. We'll stand behind him. We're not going to leave him high and dry, but we're not going to invite. He didn't want them invited. He left. We left NATO. As soon as we go back into NATO, Joe Biden immediately, hey man, let's be part of NATO again. Hey, Ukraine, we're here now. Why don't you guys come on over? And that's what started this shit.
And Trump was
the Russians were already feeding money and arms and forces to the separatist forces.
And Trump was so right on that topic with talking about America first. And it's like NATO is supposed to be these multiple countries who are, whatever they're trying to do. But then you got the United States funding
Russia.
Funding the whole fucking thing. So Trump's argument was, well, shit. Well, how come the rest of these other countries aren't putting in more money into this? Why the hell are we?
Why are we paying this high percentage based to our G? And he didn't even say all the money that we paid the most. He says, why are we paying the highest percentage of our gross national product? I mean, if we're going to pay 20% of our GNP into this thing, why aren't all of the rest of them doing it too? So, why is this person spending 0.2% of their GNP to NATO? Why is this one 1.2, 1.8? Why are we spending all of this?
And all of those other nations are supposed to be involved, and aren't all of those other nations supposed to be benefiting from this? This entity.
That's the whole idea, is to stop the spread of Russia and the kind of communism that they brought. And no offense, I am not supporting Russia in a lot of things. I know the kind of country that they are. I know. But at the same time, they don't deserve to be kicked when they're down like this either. But at the same time, they should not be invading other countries and doing what they're trying to reclaim all of the original area that they had.
Yeah, but my argument with that is
since 2014.
Well, my argument with that is, even if that's true, why is that so important to us in the United States? It's that kind of thing is happening all over the world. Many other countries are doing that. So, but why are we focusing on this one specifically? Why we want to put so many of our resources to keep this guy from expanding his territory, if that's what he's doing? Why are we so concerned with this specific conflict? There's so many conflicts.
Why are we so concerned about the fact that America is doing it and not concerned about the fact that they're doing it?
Right. It's hypocritical. That's
why I'm against them, is they're doing the same damn thing.
Yeah. And so you it's the pot calling the kettle black, like come on, like, and human rights abuses or whatever. I mean, like, whatever list you want to put Russia on, you got to put the United States on that same list.
A couple of things I had noted about some of this stuff is, they said a neo-Nazi regime was put in place in 2014, but in 2019, according to polls and stuff and stuff taken, support for right-wing candidates was lower in Ukraine than most of the European countries. Vladimir Zelensky, he's Jewish. He's being accused of running a neo-Nazi regime. He's Jewish. He had family that died in the Holocaust. Most people don't know that. And I'm not going to deny the fact, very seriously, there are some serious screwed up right-wing groups. And part of the thing that tipped this over was this Donbass situation in the Azov region. There's an Azov regiment. It was a militia, and they formed because Russia was sending in money and separatists and stuff like that. So this Azov militia formed, and they're some serious asshole neo-Nazi groups. So what happened, and here's where they start blaming them of infiltrating the military. The Ukrainian government absorbed them into their military to recognize the things that they did. And that's where you hear the end of it. Now their military is infiltrated by Nazis. But what did they do? They broke that regiment up and repositioned them amongst other regiments.
Well,
they broke them up so they could not be a unified Nazi force.
Well, I was reading that a lot of those people were getting promoted into leadership positions. And the reason why is because the people were afraid of, retaliation.
That's something I really I have not been able to find or look into, is what happened. All I got to was they were not disbanded, but they were the problematic people were transferred and the unit was broken up.
And they ended up
mingled with regular.
And they ended up getting into leadership positions because.
But again, I didn't see that anywhere.
I was reading that. It was because
fair, that's also the very last thing on my list. I wasn't able to get past that particular. I would get to that next part. I just hadn't had time yet.
I was reading about that, and it was because there was pressure because of the violence that these are a small group. Like, that's a part that I want to stress that people don't really understand, but they're powerful because they use really violent tactics. And the use of these violent tactics gets people afraid. So that's how they use the pressure of their violence to get these specific people into leadership positions. So that's where you end up having a guy who's like, let's call him a neo-Nazi, as the head of a regiment. And maybe that regiment is not aligned with this guy's political ideology. But guess what? He's the one who's giving the orders. That's where you have the execution of freaking prisoners of war, and even civilians, because they're getting these orders from this guy who's an asshole, and who was basically put into the position.
And here we go to a little bit about following screwed up orders too. I mean, I'm just following the orders he gave me. Well, that's pretty something that I did not see coming.
And I make that argument all the time. I ain't gonna lie, but in defense of those people, because we talk about the Holocaust and we talk about the SS divisions, and I think a lot of those guys didn't want to do the stuff that
do what you're doing, or you're gonna come to my house and I will be listed as a dissident, and then my family is gonna be on the next train.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say. They'll put a lot of those SS guys didn't want to do the stuff that they did, but they would catch a bullet, so like at the end of the day, it's really tough. Each individual got to make a decision. Like, am I going to just go along with this and protect my life and my family, or if I push against it, then my life and my family will be at risk. And no telling who was going to win the war, no telling what was going to happen in the long run. If you was on the wrong side, once the war is over, then it's a wrap for you.
Well, that's also like most of these places that have had revolutions. Almost the very second thing that they do after killing, of course, all the previous rulers is to kill all the revolutionaries that helped them take power. Can't have any competition.
And I talk about Haiti all the time, and
that's a prime example of killing all of that. Yeah,
that's what I was going to say, because
you help me take power. Yeah, here, have a machete.
Solanas, what is his name? Anyways, the guy eventually made himself the king of Haiti and like all of that. And this guy, I mean, like he helped with the revolution or whatever, but he turned on his people and yeah, that was a situation where, this guy killed off a lot of let's call them the good guys, the ones who were really trying to free the people.
That's why every time I see someone in a Che Guevara shirt, I just want to sit there and go, dude, let's have a talk. Let's have a talk about your guy.
And it's sad that, these guys end up changing, they have good intentions and they, at the beginning, but then as the revolution goes on, and then once they win the revolution, then they change and then they turn into the damn dictators. It's complex.
Dude, it's one of those things. Like, I was a nerd growing up. I could have been one of the cool guys and all that stuff, but I moved around a lot. So I was always the new kid. I always got messed with. And I was one of those guys that's like, when I grow up, I'm not going to freaking bully people. I'm not going to be that guy and things like that. And that's what's happening. I'm seeing going on with the world today, especially the younger generation. They got picked on as kids and all that. They said, I won't be like that. I won't be like that. And now that social media gives them power, not only are they doing that, they're being worse.
Worse.
It's like, now I can destroy you. It's like, but why? All these people are so busy trying to increase the quotient of negativity in the universe and wonder why they never get anything positive in their life. The only time they feel positive and uplifted is when they punch down and smash somebody.
It's fucking sad.
Every uprising has to be at the cost of someone else.
Yes.
You can't just be freaking happy.
You got to step on somebody. Let me read the caption underneath this. So just everybody who was listening.
And on the other side, I do love insult comics on the other hand of that. So, I'm a bad person.
if it's in the area of humor,
like Don Rickles, like roasts, stuff like that.
If it's in the area of humor, that's one thing. But if it's in the area of trying to hurt somebody's feelings, like, people commit suicide all the time as a result of being bullied online. Like, I wrote a whole paper on that.
Here's a good one that I got just the other day that's got me in a big quarrel online. It was a quote about, atheism versus theology and stuff like that. And I said, I found that an atheist is often as fanatical as a theist. So the very first thing that pops up is, they both annoy, a theist and an atheist annoy me so much. And then it's a little meme. And then the response was, oh, so you found a way to become superior to both.
And I think the same thing happens with the vegans.
And I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't say one was better than the other. I didn't say I was better. I just said they are both come at me with the same amount of fanaticism.
And the vegans do the same thing, bro.
The next post was how, well, and it was added at me. And it's like, you shouldn't put your law, your religion into our laws. You shouldn't have that say and stuff like that. And, blah, blah. And the next one was something like, yeah, this and all that. It's like, but when did I say any of that? When did I say anything about religion? When did I talk down about anybody? One guy made a beautiful response about some people just don't want to hear about it anymore. And I made a response that's like, yeah, but I like a good conversation about it. Unfortunately, so many people lose their freaking minds,
and
like these guys up here, attacking me when I never expressed one way or another my beliefs. Just said both of them are freaking fanatics.
Yeah, they get dogmatic and fanatic, and I swear the vegans
you want to piss off. You want to piss off
example.
An atheist. You want to piss off an atheist. Tell him that atheism is a belief system. As an academic, you have to agree. It is.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree.
To discuss it in an academic, in a reasonable way,
it
is
becomes
classified as
like a religion.
System.
Let me read the caption.
I hate that, dude. It's beauty. It's beautiful. It's
I
almost as good as explaining to them that IPA is actually a beer made so the East India Company could go down Africa and it didn't go bad, so they could trade it for slaves, and then watch these little hipsters drinking their IPA cry into their slave beer.
they everything gets co-opted, and if you follow trends, then you're being manipulated. Let me read the caption and a couple of comments, and then we're gonna wrap it. So for the audience, we were reading the transcript from Putin's State of the Union address that he did recently.
That time right there is about where we got in the speech. Actually, a little less than that. We were about
I was trying to
through, I think.
Yeah, I was trying to keep up because I watched this and I was listening with your reading. I remember all of it. So I was trying to put the video where we was at in the reading. So, anyways, the caption, it says,
I should have kept with the accent, man. That was fun.
I don't know. It probably would have made somebody mad. This show is watched all around the world. Let me read the caption.
I'm not used to that, having gotten hacked twice because I pissed people off so far.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't get that many views, because people just want one side. They just want to reassurance of their predetermined beliefs, and that's not what we do here. So, anyways, the caption, it says, President Vladimir Putin on Tuesday vowed to continue with Russia's year-long war in Ukraine and accused the U.S.-led NATO alliance of fanning the flames of conflict in the mistaken belief that it could defeat Moscow in a global confrontation. Flanked by 4 Russian tricolor flags, Putin told Russia's political and military elite that Russia would carefully and consistently resolve the tasks facing us. Putin said Russia has done everything it could do to avoid war, but the Western-backed Ukraine had been planning to attack Russia-controlled Crimea, annexed by Russia in 2014. And how long does this? My comment is
annexed, already taken by Russia in their war of expansion back in 2014.
Well, one other comment that I did want to focus on, that he said, he was talking about that referendum that, which region was that? That they did a referendum on their own to make the decisions about their future on their own.
Oh, he said Donbas region.
And he said that that's very powerful,
It is, but
everyone has to respect that. If their own people voted and they made their own decision.
People can't respect it because the vote was done under an occupied rulership. It was done. Hey, the Russians came in, they took the region and said, hey, you guys want to vote to be free, as their soldiers are standing on the corner. That's why people don't have confidence in that they freely voted to be free or be separate.
But it was already a civil war going on.
No. Remember, it was there were Russian-backed separatists involved in that.
Well, you can always say
Russia was doing what America does. Look,
yeah,
this is what they're doing in that area. You cannot deny it. There's too much evidence.
I'm not going to say
the same thing that America does. They're destabilizing governments, and they're moving in when they become problematic.
I'm not going to say that that's not true.
They're even leaving Angkor, the one up there. They're leaving it open so they can attack other states and keep the region destabilized.
But for that to be successful, there already has to be animosity going on, where this region had a problem with
that's easy to create. It's easy to create animosity. How difficult is it to divide people?
Well, I don't think they were creating animosity. I think that they were amplifying it, but I think that the animosity was there already.
Like I said, that's the same thing in America, though. The animosity is here. Media amplifies it. Social media amplifies it. Animosity, jealousy, bad thoughts, that is part of every civilization everywhere. Everyone believes that something else is going to be better than what I have, except unless you're like Elon Musk or one of those guys. They're like, I'm good. Life is good for me.
Let me read a couple comments underneath the video of this. Was the speech for in French. What was the website so people can know for sure? I don't want to, but France 24 English posted this. So you're not going to get this stuff in the States. You're not going to get none of this.
Yeah.
Let me read a couple comments. The first one, it says
the link I was using is actually the Russian website, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that makes sense.
I think it ended in .eu. .ru.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. English.kremlin.russia.
Yeah, I couldn't
find the basic site.
I couldn't find the transcript for shit. Let me read the comment. A couple comments. It says, "This is not a translation."
Myself.
This says, "This is not a translation. This is an interpretation of his words." Another comment, it says, "Thanks for letting us watch this important speech." Another comment, it says, "Every person who hears this will understand how lost we are as a country and how Putin has socially transformed Russia into what America was in the 1950s. Another comment, it says, "Putin says 150 words. Translator, yeah, she was not doing it." Another comment, it says, "This needs to be translated into English and published verbatim. It's a scream." Yeah, so we just did that for you, John Mater. So watch our video. Look us up.
I agree. I'm laughing at some of the stuff he said too, man.
It's
a political speech.
Another comment, it says, "This translator is missing entire sentences, not even translated correctly what is being said, and in some cases missing 10 to 20 seconds of words." Another comment, it says, "Russia sounds very confident. I mean that." Another comment, it says, "The translator definitely nailed his tone."
Hey, I tried to remain as neutral as possible.
Really horrible. Another comment, it says, "I need a better translation of the speech." Everybody's on that. Another comment, it says, "Putin said that he would not consider using nukes until the existence of Russia was threatened. He clearly states that he feels the existence of Russia is what is at stake near the beginning of this speech. That is most important takeaway. Russia is getting serious now. This is going to get way worse." And I think that's
I've
what
been saying that since he moved in.
And that's what we need to focus on, because everybody, they're acting like this thing can't escalate. And the United States
dude is nuts.
And he's not playing. So
this
then they're
dude wants to create the honor and glory of old Russ. Kiev is a center point to that.
So if they develop missiles
that is
can
the home
travel,
of the Russian Orthodox freaking church.
If they manufacture missiles that can reach Moscow from Ukraine, then what the hell do you think is going to be the result of that? What do you think the reaction of that is going to be? And how long until Russia just gets tired of this proxy war and starts attacking the United States?
Dude, everyone's thinking atomic bombs and nukes or thing. They don't understand. There's this thing called a neutron bomb. It doesn't do a whole lot of surface damage, but it does a whole lot of radiological damage,
right?
That dissipates within a few years. So literally, they will nuke you. Everybody dies. And a few years later, they can, 10, 20 years, a generation later, they can come in and take the whole place over because it won't be harmful to anyone.
Yeah. And then you got other ways. They fight wars in different ways now, too. You can do like the EMT type deal where you can just knock out all communications, knock out all of the Wi-Fi, all of the internet, the electrical grid will be fried. And, what then? We'll be in the dark ages, it'll be easy to come in and
check out a TV show called Revolution or something like that. It basically starts out with the premise that a big EMP wiped everything out, and it's about 10 years after that happened.
Yeah, man. How long would it take for us to fix everything if all of that shit got fried? It would take a long time.
I know enough rednecks that cards would be up and running within fucking 12 hours. All you got to do is pop out the starters and the ignitions, replace them with new ones that didn't have any charge going through them when the EMP hit.
Let me read a couple more comments.
Right.
It says,
remember, I'm a writer. I've done zombie apocalypse scenarios before.
Yeah, I love that stuff. I've been watching the Last of Us. Have you checked any of that out?
I've been avoiding that one right now, and I don't know why.
Well, I ain't gonna lie. There's one of the episode 2, episode 3. It was kind of hard to watch, where he had two guys with mustaches and beards, tongue kissing and shit,
enjoying each other. Well, see, yeah, that I'm not as much. I've actually been watching the new Velma series because I was a big Scooby-Doo fan, and you know how generally I'm just make jokes about leftist, all the crazy just hammering stuff, new woke culture and stuff. I will tell you, I don't think that show went more than 10 minutes without making some sort of race bait joke, culture joke, colonial joke, something like that. I mean,
there's a guy I follow that on YouTube, and he critiques all this stuff, and he says that all of the new stuff has all the woke stuff in it, and it's really like they're already having a hard time making anything creative, and then they're so worried about pissing somebody off or being politically correct that it's just making all of the new stuff just so terrible.
Oh my God. No, you really need to check out this new Velma show. You're going to sit there and go, thank you for pointing me to it, but fuck you, Doc.
Yeah, I don't think I'll. Yeah, I don't think.
I mean, literally, that's going to be your reaction. You're going to be like, it is everything that you described. And like I said, I wanted to watch it. I wanted it to be good. And I ended up continuing to watch it through the end just because it was a train wreck. I couldn't look away.
Yeah, I don't have the time or the patience. That everything they're making, almost everything they're making, is just remakes of old stuff. That's and then filtered through some lens of not wanting to piss anybody off. And
no, this is worse than not wanting to piss anyone off. This is actually trying to piss them off with the side comments and the hatred and the continuing crap. I mean, you know me, I give things a break. I like things for entertainment value, but this has so much political inferences. They couldn't even call Shaggy Shaggy. It's Norbert. Mindy Kaling is Velma. Norbert is now a black guy. Norbert, who's Shaggy, excuse me. Scooby, they're leading towards. They couldn't use Scooby-Doo at all because they didn't have the rights to it. I'm just, it's horrible, dude. I need to stop.
It's fucking so. All of the new stuff they make is like they're remaking old nostalgic stuff. They're relying on that. It's like they don't want to take any risks. You know, the big production companies, they're afraid to take any risks, and they're afraid to piss people off, and they're just making straight trash, straight mind numbing garbage.
No, like I say, this is worse than that. This is actually leaning all the way to the left political side of everything and not caring, reveling in it, enjoying it. Just, yay! This is what the story's all about, and I've always here, and I'm enjoying this. And it's like, wow, man.
I can't even watch the new movies and stuff, and I love movies. I can't watch it. It's just very bad. I watched with my daughter because one of the things I do with my youngest is how we spend time together is we watch movies. Like I saw a scary movie that was good. Actually, it was The Revenant or something. Can't remember the name of it. That was actually pretty good. It was a horror movie. But we watched that movie, the one with The Rock as what was it? He was like what was it? He was a god. He was a superhero, whatever the hell the name.
Black Adam.
That movie made me want to vomit. It was terrible.
As a comic book movie, I was good with it.
Oh, it hurt me so bad to watch that movie. It was so bad.
As a comic book movie, I enjoyed it.
I was like, oh, this is terrible. Every 5 minutes, I was like, oh, this is terrible. I painfully watched it with her. It was like, it was hard for me.
Well, I grew up big into superheroes and comics and all that stuff. You know, Captain Marvel was the one for me that was like, I would have rather like peeled my eyes out than have to keep watching it.
Yeah, that's how I felt when I was watching that one. I was like, oh, it's so bad. It's so bad.
Well, you know, we've got an upcoming short series. Samuel L. Jackson's coming back as Nick Fury with Marvel Secret Wars. Or not Secret Wars, but it's going to be like the Skrull Invasion. Secret Invasion, yeah. The Skrulls and stuff. I'm sorry, I'm Comic Geek. You have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm okay.
Yeah. Anyways, man, we got to wrap it. I got to go to work in the morning. I work a double. I'm going to be hurting.
See, I don't do doubles. I just work 6 days a week.
I have to do the doubles or I won't make enough money because I have to be off on. Well, I only got 1 day off this week, but my days off is when I go to school. So it's not really a day off because I have to go to class and I have to do homework. So tis what it is. And I got a test coming on Tuesday that I need to kind of study for on Sunday morning before I go to work Sunday night. And I wrote a paper today after I got off of work which was due today. It was a midterm paper for one of my anthropology classes, so that took like 3 hours. Anyways, peace and love, y'all. Thank y'all for joining. I think this was a pretty good, productive show. I want to cover that Anna and Immortal Technique video tomorrow, and maybe do a little bit more on the Putin speech, because I think it was a little bit more on there that we didn't get to.
Yeah, we got about halfway down it.
Yeah, I think there's a little more on there that I kind of wanted to cover. And I got countless other stuff. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to get to. With only doing the 2 shows a week now, I might save some of it for my rants. But I'm not only going to do these two full shows a week on Friday and Saturday. It was wearing me out. The 4 shows was wearing me out, man. And you know, I'm gonna tell you, unplugging made me feel better, bro. I got I felt more what is the word? I mean, like emotionally balanced or whatever from unplugging from all of the politics and scrolling on Instagram. All I was doing was like listening to music, you know. I watched a little TV, and I basically unplugged from everything for a good couple of weeks, and my freaking sanity is better. You know,
funny thing is, I was actually the opposite. I've been losing my mind the last couple of weeks.
It's been a lot of news.
I have no conversation or outlet in real life or at work because I can't talk the way I talk.
Here. That's why I do this. It's therapy. That's why I do it. It's therapy. It makes me feel better. Yeah,
and I know I messed up, man. I know I did wrong, and I shut down the conversation from my side, and that was my bad.
Nah, man, nothing that y'all did.
You deserve an apology for what I did, because what I said was, I'm not going to speak because you're going to do this. That shut down the conversation. I was wrong for that.
Yeah, but it wasn't nothing that y'all did or said that caused me to.
I know,
but
decision. The straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
The build up. I messed up. You expected better from me. I was upset. I should have just shut up.
Yeah. It happens. It happens.
Like I said, I just want to acknowledge that to you so you understand that.
And I want to do this.
All is cool. All is cool.
It's all good, man. And like I say, it's therapy. But I am going to be like not as into it's really me being so, because see, I don't do anything else, bro. I don't have nobody. Like, I'm single and I just go to school and I go to work, and the rest of the time I do this show. And it's not it's not just when I'm live. I'm always preparing for the show, and it's like all the content that I consume and everything that I'm doing is all in preparation for the show. And I was just doing, and then I do a bunch of editing. So it was like just way too much, way too overwhelmed.
Okay, look at Fiverr to get some editing done. Pay someone $20-$30, say, go through this 4-hour thing, give me some good clips and sound bites.
Yeah.
Point out, hey, I want this, and this done, and give me whatever else you think.
Yeah.
It's easy. You're giving $20 or $30 to somebody in a third world country, you know.
I hope I can work that out. But I talked to somebody one time to do some editing for me, and they said, send me the timestamps. And if I do that, I might as well fucking just do. That's all the work right there.
Yeah.
I already did all the work. I might as well just freaking do it. Finding the timestamps is all the work.
That's what I'm saying. The thing, if you find a good one, they'll be a little more expensive, but you can send them 2 or 3 timestamps going, these are the ones I want. If you find any good ones along the way, make those too.
All right, man. Peace and love. We will be back tomorrow. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening.
All
right.